Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Oak Knoll Retirement Community. Homewood Suites and Home 2. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Mediacom, home of extreme and 1 gig internet speeds. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes. And by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy online. Get your medical card today. Visit budmary.com. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From downtown Des Moines, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Principal Park in the shadow of the state capitol, it's the series opener between the Florida International Panthers from the Conference USA and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome inside the broadcast booth at Principal Park, the home of the iCubs, an affiliate of the Chicago Cubs, alongside my color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo. Final regular season series before the Hawkeyes head over to Omaha next week for the conference tournament. FIU, they're 25-26. They're 11-13 in their league. The Panthers enter on a 4-game losing streak. They've lost 9 of their last 11, but this team can hit. They average up over 7 runs a game. They've hit 75 home runs as a team this season. So you got to watch the bats of the Panthers this weekend. The Hawkeyes enter at 29-20. Iowa sits and waits around to find out their fate out of conference while the Big Ten wraps up its season around the league. The Hawks could finish as high as 3rd and as low as 6th in the Big Ten. It'll be an exciting weekend in Des Moines. We look forward to seeing you all at the ballpark the rest of the way. It's the Panthers and the Hawkeyes, Florida International and Iowa, live from Principal Park in downtown Des Moines, with first pitch coming in a bit. No midweek game for the Hawkeyes this past week, so the last action was at Illinois. The Hawks were able to take a game against the Fighting Illini. Let's relive some of the highlights. 0-1 is the count on Wilmus. Here's the pitch. This is hit well into the right center field gap. It'll carry well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ben Wilmus with a rocket over the right center wall, and it's 8-4. Big gap in left center field for Kopp. The 0-2 is hit high in the air to right center field. This will carry well. The center fielder Milton going back. He's at the wall, and the right fielder leaps up. It's over the wall. It's a home run for Davis, the deputy Kopp. Iowa on the board, 1-0. A ball and 2 strikes. Brecht from the windup. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Pitch in the dirt. Moss has to send it down to first base. Records the out. And there's the record for Brody Brecht.
Congratulations, Brody Brecht. Single season strikeout leader for the Hawkeyes.
Runner at second and 1 out for Iowa in the 3rd. No balls, no strike on Reese Moore. The pitch from Schwartz. This is hit high and deep to right. Get going, baby. It is gone. Reese Moore with an atom bomb to right. 4-0 Hawks. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the delivery from Jack. Hit in the air to right center field. Nelson and Wilmus come together. Wilmus is underneath it. Ben caught it on the warning track for the 3rd out. And the Hawkeyes get out of trouble in the 8th. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Wilmus. Hit high, hit deep, left center field. Get going, baby. It is gone. Benny Wilmus with a bomb to left center. He unloads the bases. A grand slam. Boom. Hutchings on the rubber. The left-hander kicks and fires. We're underway as Andy Nelson shoots it into right. Right fielder going back. He's at the wall, and it's gone. A first pitch home run for Andy Nelson. You bet.
Well, as I said yesterday, surprise. Andy Nelson goes 100 mile an hour off the bat. This time he lines one into right center field. 101. Takes the first pitch fastball 369 over the right center field wall.
A walk or a base hit. The 3-2. Hennings hits it high, hits it deep to left field. Get going, baby. It is gone. Connor Hennings. Boom.
102 off the bat as he catches a hanger and drives it 402 over the left center field wall. Forget speed. Let's just take a casual jog around the bases. That is career home run number 1.
Marcus pitches. This is a high fly ball to right center field. Nelson sprinting forward. Wilmus coming forward. Who's going to make the play? It's Wilmus who makes the grab in shallow right center. And after a hit by pitch and a walk, Marcus settles in and gets the 3 outs that are necessary to get through the inning. 2-0 Hawks. Series opener against Florida International coming up at 6:30 here at Principal Park. If you're in the Des Moines area, come on out to the Ball Diamond tonight. A great night for baseball all weekend, really, as Iowa takes on Florida International to wrap up the regular season. We'd love to see you at the ballpark this weekend. We'll take a break. When we come back, John chats with Anthony Watts right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialotery.com/VIP.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
So do I need vaccinations?
If I don't get vaccinated, how sick can I get?
Can I get multiple vaccines at once?
What's done to make sure vaccines are safe?
It's important to address your concerns about vaccines. Just make sure to get answers from people you can trust. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider about vaccinations because they know you and they'll always put your health first. A message from the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm finally here with Anthony Watts. Anthony, thanks for joining me, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, again, I start the same way with everybody. You know, Iowa kid, but you left the state and came back. How'd you ultimately end up at Iowa?
I like when I was a junior and sophomore in high school, I always wanted to go to Iowa, obviously just because it's the only baseball school in the state, but just didn't really work out in high school, so I went to Creighton my freshman year, and then this last summer I entered the transfer portal, and Iowa was one of the earlier calls that I had, and just went on a visit and liked everything about it, and just being here, like being an Iowa kid and going to a lot of showcases and then playing there for the state tournament and stuff, it wasn't really a hard choice to make, and just knowing all the coaches and everything that they do, like the philosophies and stuff, made it really easy.
So had you spent any real time in Iowa City before you started looking, or was it just kind of once it got back on your radar, then you started really looking hard at Iowa City and University of Iowa again?
Yeah, I talked to some of the players like this summer, right after I entered the portal, some of the players in like my class, and they just kind of told me like what I was asked, like questions I was asking, and so like making it pretty familiar with like how practices and stuff ran and like travel schedules and stuff. So I didn't really spend too much time like before I committed here, but yeah.
Just being a Des Moines kid, you probably played with at least some of the guys on the team, either a couple classes ahead or in your class.
Yeah, just like with the Iowa Sticks, I played with some of the guys, not really the guys that are like in the Iowa City area, but like Justin Hackett, I played with him. There's a couple like Des Moines guys, so yeah.
So what's it like now coming back? You know, we're in Des Moines, we're in Principal Park this weekend. What's it like to come back and play kind of almost the hometown, at least right in the area?
Yeah, it's sweet. Like the stadium's, everything about it is super nice. Like the atmosphere is going to be great with all the fans and stuff. And then just like having people that can't really come to your games that much, like family and friends that can't make it to the games in Iowa City, that will all be here this weekend, and being able to go home. It's not easy to go home during the season, so it's cool just to be able to be at home and then playing games in front of a bunch of fans and a great atmosphere.
We heard Coach Heller talk about, natural grass and dirt. Does it matter much to a pitcher? Does this ballpark being a little bit bigger, will it be like, okay, when you get to Omaha next week, it'll be like, okay, yeah, this kind of feels familiar? Or does it really matter? It's just a mound and a home plate for a pitcher.
It's a little bit different. Turf mounts, I like throwing out turf mounts better. That's kind of like an unpopular opinion, I think. But yeah, just playing in a big stadium is nice. Like last year I played at TD every single week, so it was nice. You give up kind of a hard hit ball and it's just a fly out, but it's kind of nice that way. So yeah, I think it's a cool stadium for us to play in, just getting ready for postseason, just playing in bigger stadiums.
That's true. We go back to Omaha, and that's where you played all your home games last year, right?
Yep, yeah.
Does the wind always blow out there? Does it always blow in, or does it vary?
So usually it's kind of like it just kind of like spins in a circle. So it'll be like the right field flag's blowing out, and then the left field flag might be blowing in. So it gets a little bit different once summer comes around. So we'll kind of see. It probably changes every day.
So with a couple weeks left in this season, hopefully a little longer, stretch it out, but what are your plans for the summer? I assume you'll go pitch somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to the Cape Cod. I'm playing with the Wareham Gatemen with Sam Hart.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What else do you do besides baseball? What's Anthony Watts do for fun?
Right now it's just been primarily baseball, but I like to play a baseball video game called The Show, so that's probably like the main hobby that I like to do. So.
All right. No golf like the other guys? I thought all pitchers played golf.
I went golfing for the first time the day before we left for here, and it was not good. So maybe I'll give it a couple more shots this summer, but we'll see.
So how do you want to, what's kind of your goal? We got, like I said, we got a couple weeks. You're going to get the ball handed to you a couple more times. What's kind of your goal when you go out there to kind of finish up the year and put yourself into a spot for next year?
Right now it's just about doing my job. I think that any situation, obviously I've started some games this year, came in relief, came in close games, and then games that were kind of out of reach. So just being present in the moment and not trying to do too much, and just trusting my defense behind me and just trusting them that they'll make plays behind me too.
It's been great seeing you kind of developing and get comfortable here just as you get handed the ball more and take any role that's kind of handed to you.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's kind of the nerves and just trying to do too much at the beginning of the year just was kind of like my downfall with walks, free bases, and then just giving up big hits when the other team needed it, and then just having a reset and just refocus and committing to the things that matter the most has helped me a lot for sure.
Well, I look forward to watching you stick to your process, and thanks for joining me.
Yep, thank you.
Anthony Watts, Hawkeye pitcher. We'll be back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
A bag of corn is, well, a bag of corn, unless it's a bag of Pioneer brand Chrome seed corn. Then you're dealing with the most optimized yield potential, agronomic performance, and insect protection the Pioneer lineup has to offer. A bag that will make life easier for you, 8 bushels per acre easier, and much harder for rootworms than the competition. Pioneer brand Chrome products, field proven and ready for yours. Visit pioneer.com/plantchrome.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener with Florida International in downtown Des Moines at Principal Park. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, before we get into this series with FIU, just to wrap up on the conference season since we're out of conference play now.
Well, it didn't end, obviously, the way we would have liked. I mean, we felt like going into Illinois that if we played our best baseball that, we might find a way to sweep them or at least win two and move up a little higher in the standings. But we only managed one, but that one gave us a lot of relief this week. You know what I mean? I mean, that one got us to 14. We're 4 games over 500 securely in the tournament and can, play this weekend in Des Moines in a beautiful ballpark and hopefully in front of some nice crowds and against a good team, Florida International, and good coaching staff that are, great guys. And both of us will be able to hopefully set our pitching up, for the tournament. And we're not fighting it out to get in like everybody else and trying to win it, like everybody else. I mean, we wish we were fighting in there, to win it, but the situation is set for us. And, it's a lot different when you have to bring those starters back on Thursday and Friday and Saturday a day early, knowing that they're going to have to go Tuesday or Wednesday, and you have to fight with 100 pitches to win that game. Mm-hmm. Whereas with our situation, obviously we're going to play our tails off to win the game, but we don't have to worry about stretching any pitching. It should work out about as well as it possibly can to set our pitching up to be in a good place next week.
So what are some of the strategies for the team this week when it comes to the pitching side of things? Brody Brecht will start today, and you've got Cade Obermuller listed for tomorrow.
Yeah, in the perfect world, if Brody hadn't tweaked these oblique, back before Ohio State, he would have been on Friday probably for 2 weeks now. But because of that, he had to bump back to Sunday and extra rest for his oblique. And then, he's been pitching great, and you don't want to mess that up, but he's been going over 100 pitches every outing, so you didn't feel comfortable coming off the oblique to push him back a day. And so we end up in a situation where he threw last Saturday as opposed to last Friday, which bumps him up 2 days. So we gave, Sean and Brody talked it out and worked it out, and basically Brody decided when he was going to throw. We gave him the option of starting tonight or starting tomorrow. And he wanted to do it today and go out and get on the mound and get used to a dirt mound before we head over to the ballpark in Omaha. We haven't played a lot of games on a natural surface dirt mound, which it is an adjustment. I mean, you wouldn't think it'd be that big a deal, but when you play, 20 out of 24 on a turf mound with no holes, or the guys get used to that, and so it's going to be a great thing actually that our guys are going to get a pitch on a dirt mound this week before we head over to Omaha, and then basically just let him go with what he wants to go. And I mean, I'm guessing it could be as few as 30 pitches and probably no more than 40.
Okay. This series at Principal Park in Des Moines, Coach, how does it come about? How are we playing here this weekend? And then anything about Florida International in terms of getting them on the schedule?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we drew the short stick. I mean, the bye week, the last week of the season, is the curse of death. because it's very difficult to find anybody to play. A lot of conferences, they jam up their buys in different areas, but there's only one team in the Big Ten that gets it every year, and this is the year we got it.
Of course.
And so Florida International was one of the teams that also had the bye in Conference USA. And so I called Rich, Coach Witten, and I just proposed them coming up to play us at home, and talked about getting them a guarantee and helping them out to get up here, and then maybe coming down to Miami and play them down the road the first 3 weeks of the season sometime. Sure. and kind of repay it early in the year where they can come up here when the weather's warm and give their kids a new experience. And so we haggled a little bit, and then he finally agreed to do it, which was awesome. I mean, that took a lot of pressure off me and FIU, because man, you don't want to be sitting here not playing, the warmest weekend of the year. So then when the renovations were going to start, the contractors had asked if maybe we could move this last series somewhere so that they could get in there and get going and get the construction going to make sure they had it done before the season started next year. And then, of course, it all fell through, and we're not able to start the construction that we were planning on. We are doing things, obviously, and we've talked about that before, but the tearing down of the stadium is not happening, so there was no need to move the series. But Sam Burnaby, the general manager for the Cubs, he's been with the I-Cubs for 30-plus years. He's a great Hawk, Iowa alumni, and we've been talking for years about playing a game over here. It's just real difficult for us, because if you come over here midweek, you got to get out of class early and miss class, and then you're not going to want to give up a home series because we play so well at Banks and we play on the turf. And obviously our fans at Banks Field, I mean, we have great fans that come out and support us, and you hate to take away a home series. So we've kind of talked about it, and it just hadn't worked out. Well, since we had it set already, I called Sam and I said, what do you think, Sam, about keeping the series over there, and let's try to make a big event out of it? And he was all for it, and has been super helpful, and really the guy that made this thing happen, and doing all the groundwork. I mean, our people have as well, but Sam's been doing a lot of it, and we'll see how it goes. I know our players are excited. It's been a lot of fun just practicing here yesterday, and then we just took batting practice, and I talked to the coaches at FIU, and their players are all excited. One of their coaches, their hitting coach, actually played here a few games in the PCL League years ago. But it's just a beautiful ballpark, and you got the Capitol in center field, and at night when it gets dark and it's all lit up, I mean, it doesn't there's not a prettier setting for a ballpark out there. And then for us to be able to come over to Des Moines, where we get a lot of our players, and hopefully have a lot of youth players here, a lot of kids that come out and see the Hawks for the first time, and a lot of alumni and a lot of friends, and a lot of guys who played here that don't get to see us very often. And I'm just happy that it's worked out and we're able to do it. And I'm happy that Coach Witten was open-minded and had no problem switching it over here to Des Moines, and has been just open to everything that we threw at him. And I think it's going to be a fun event for both teams.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Principal Park in Des Moines, getting set for first pitch against Florida International. Coach, like you just mentioned, this will be the first time for a number of fans here that'll see your team play this season, the ones that can't make it over to Iowa City. What was your message to the team and how they need to perform this weekend?
Basically just, like I said, it isn't anything I say different, really any weekend, but it just emphasized the fact that, when we go out and recruit, and when we talk to travel coaches or high school coaches, we talk about how hard we play, and we talk about Hawkeye baseball and what Hawkeye baseball is, and running balls out, and getting in and off the field and playing the game the right way, and just hustle, hard-nosed baseball, and just reminded them that that's what they need to do this weekend. They need to go out and play the way we play, and a lot of times you get people that haven't seen you, and You get one chance for a first impression, and let's make a good one.
What do you see from Florida International, Coach, from the Conference USA?
Coach Witten's building the program. It was in a bad place when he took over last year. I think him and his staff have done a great job. I mean, they've had some big wins. They've played competitive in their losses. They're sitting right around 500, competitive in Conference USA. They have a really good hitting team. Over 300 as a team. Some guys that are really, really tough outs. Good mix of power, average. And then on the mound, they've been dinged up a little bit with their bullpen the last 3-4 weeks. El Duque's son is one of their back-end bullpen guys, and he's been hurt. And then Logan Rundy, who is starting against us tonight. Logan is from Dubuque Hempstead. Seen Logan pitch a lot in high school. Logan had tweaked an oblique, very similar to what Brody did. He's been out since mid-April. This will be his first game back. And I know they are going to throw a lot of guys at us. They beat Miami midweek 2 weeks ago, lost 6-5 on Tuesday before they flew out Wednesday morning. Had a lead through 7. So they're going to be a very, very competitive team, a team that has played a lot of really good teams. And I mean, defensively, you look at their numbers and they haven't played very well defensively. And I just don't know what to think of that, because you watch their athletes and they're good athletes. I don't know if it's a lot of bad fields they played on or whatever, but it looks like we should be able to take advantage of some things with the short game. Definitely a team you want to put the ball in play on with 2 strikes and make them make plays with their fielding percentage. And but other than that, that's about all we know, really. I mean, we don't know. I don't think we're going to see any traditional start, really. I think it's just going to be a lot of, same thing as what we're doing at the beginning of games, get our starters the innings they need for the conference tournament, get them out, get the bullpen guys in, and just mixing and matching, trying to make it work more like a midweek game.
Putting the opponent aside today, Coach, what do you need to see from your team heading into Omaha this weekend?
We've talked all year about just keep playing and good things can happen and you can get on a roll and you can get hot. Any team can get hot at any time. The message is you can't make that happen. It only happens when you play the game the right way, and that's with no fear. That's with your best competitiveness, your gritty, toughest competitiveness without fear of failure. And just going and playing and having fun with your teammates. Got three regular season games left. Let's go have a blast. See what happens, because we're not going to be able to win the game with a starter going 8 innings or 7 innings. We're going to have to win it unconventionally. You're going to have to win it. You have to win it more like a midweek guy, where guys have to step up. And if one guy lets you down, you could lose the game. And you're using 6 guys in the bullpen. And the offense, even though we're not as powerful as we were when we had Peterson and Huckstorf in there, they got to find a way to score more runs, and they got to find a way to get more extra base hits. And we just have to be better at all those things. And it has to be done for all the right reasons, unselfish and whatever I have to do to win the game and help the team win the game. And, if that clicks or if that happens, that's the only way we'll get hot. Anything else will be a failure.
Should be a great weekend, Coach. Let's take it to the Panthers tonight.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Principal Park in Des Moines. Going to be a great weekend in the state capitol. Come on out to Banks. Still plenty of time to get to the ballpark. We'll be back right after this. First pitch, Iowa and Florida International coming up in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion. Like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Principal Park, downtown Des Moines, in the shadow of the state capitol. Great view for us today up here. John Evans, final regular season series of the year. Can't believe it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you're amazed it got this fast, but yet there's times where it feels really long, and then times where it just feels like a snap of the fingers.
Iowa and Florida International, the Hawkeyes 29-20, Florida International 25-26. We'll step aside for the national anthem. When we come back, we'll get you starting lineups. First pitch, Iowa and Florida International coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Welcome back to the Nitrogen Stabilizers Draft.
Optonite technology, first pick, just like the last 46 years.
That's what we love about this sport. We just don't know.
We know. It keeps nitrogen in the corn's root zone for 8 weeks. Compare with 2 weeks for others.
With the first pick, farmers select
Optonite technology from Corteva Agriscience. That's it. I'm going for a pretzel.
The pick is in. Optonite technology from Corteva Agriscience with Inserv and Instinct Next Gen Nitrogen Stabilizers.
National anthem is complete in Des Moines. We're getting set for first pitch of Iowa and Florida International to open this series. Okay, John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Principal Park. All the other Big Ten teams are playing. They're figuring it out. Iowa is done in the conference. What are you looking forward to from the black and gold this weekend?
Good baseball. Just trying to build on, trying to give yourself a foundation to build on now as you head into the tournament week. On one hand, Coach Heller said, I understand the challenge of not playing this weekend and having to go find an opponent rather than having it in conference. The other side of it, though, is Iowa can now kind of mess with the pitching a little bit and make sure it's exactly what they want. So you're not going to see a traditional start out of anybody. Brody will be short today. Cade will be short tomorrow. We'll see what Saturday looks like, but it's a chance now for a lot of the bullpen guys to get right, get on the mound, throw strikes, get guys out. It's a big ballpark. It's like Omaha that way, and it'll be a little bit bigger ballpark, so it'll give them a chance to kind of get on their game, so to speak, and be ready to go.
What do you expect to see from the offense this weekend for Iowa, John?
I expect to see a little bit more short game. We'll see the hit and run. Joking with Coach Sutherland at dinner in Champaign last week. He goes, we might be the best hit and run team in the country. Didn't know how that turned out. He goes, but we've executed it more on times you called it and times you didn't. FIU is not the greatest fielding team by statistics, and so I think Iowa will test them a little bit with short game. They'll bunt it, make them move around, and so that's the kind of thing you're going to want to see from the offense. Good discipline at the plate, taking pitches when you need to, but really trying to just put the ball in play.
The Hawkeyes take the field now. Let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the Florida International Panthers. They are 25-26 overall, 11-13 in the Conference USA. They're 6th in their league, so they're already set for their conference tournament. They're on a 4-game losing streak. They've lost 9 of their last 11. Their head coach is Rich Witten in his second season. The batting order for Florida International look like this. Brylan West will lead things off, followed by Armando Becerra and Ryan Guida. The middle of the order, Jeff LaCory, Alex Uloa, and Chase Engelhard. 7-8-9 for the Panthers, Austin Deering, Keyshawn Frett, and Nick Patelli. That'll round out the Florida International batting order. Iowa defensively, from left to right on the infield, Raider Tello at third, Michael Seegers at short, Gable Mitchell at second, and Davis Kopp at first. In the outfield from left to right, Will Moeffler, Andy Nelson, and Ben Wilmus. Today's catcher for the black and gold is Cade Moss, and starting on the mound is the right-handed sophomore from Ankeny, Brody Brecht.
13 starts this season. He's won his last 4 games to move to 4-2, a 3.47 ERA, 70 innings, 42 hits, 33 runs, just 27 earned, 43 walks, and your all-time Iowa strikeout leader with 117 in a season. Opponents hit just 169 off Brody. You know, he's been featuring that 97 to 99 mile an hour fastball, and then throws a really nasty slider and splitter as well. And so kind of got into that 3-pitch mix, and boy, the splitter started with as just kind of a, hey, I'm going to keep you off balance pitch at the beginning of the year, but it's really turned into a great complement to his slider.
One last tune-up for Brody before Omaha, and obviously with the way that Coach Heller talked about moving Brody up, you expect Brody to pitch in that first game at the Big Ten tournament coming up next week.
Yeah, whether that's Tuesday or Wednesday. I mean, Iowa could still finish 3rd to 6th, but the likely numbers are 4, 5, or 6, which is still, it's either the Wednesday morning game or the Tuesday morning game in all likelihood. And so, you know, some ways you kind of root for Wednesday because that would give Brody an extra day. Other ways, Tuesday, because it helps your bullpen as the week gets longer.
Cade Moss sends the ball down to second base, and we are getting set for first pitch at gorgeous Principal Park in downtown Des Moines. Brylan West, the third baseman for Florida International, is in the right-handed batter's box. Brody Brecht is on the rubber, and we are set for baseball. Out of the windup, the pitch from Brecht is right down the middle for strike one. First pitch comes in at 6:36 local time. Iowa has a shift on the infield with Mitchell playing to the left of second base. Seegers shifted over at short, and Tello hugging the line at third. The 0-1 from Brecht. That's high for a ball, 1-1. West for FIU, right-handed hitter, batting .339. 9 home runs on the season. 1-1 from Brecht. Slider out, 2-1.
Yeah, the Panthers don't pack Illinois power, but they do pack a pretty good punch. It's 75 home runs, 6th in the conference in Conference USA, and actually might have been 4th in the conference in USA, and up there 67th in the country.
2-1 pitch from Brecht. This is fouled off over to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We are positioned just to the right of home plate. We're basically splitting home plate and the FIU on deck circle. John and I are a little bit excited up here because we're in play for a foul ball up there, aren't we, John?
That ball was tracking us. I like it. That was just 2 booths over. We've got a shot here this weekend.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Brecht from the windup. Here's the pitch. Just inside. Maybe a touch high from Brecht. He went with the slider, and the count is now full.
Good at-bat. Good pitches from Brody around the plate. West doing a good job of laying off.
Full count. Brecht will step off the back of the rubber and reset things. And now time is called, and Cade Moss will go out and talk with Brody.
Yeah, new ballpark here. You try to find where all the clocks are and all the, you know, whether it's the pitch clock or the count and things. Not that the battery's too concerned about that part of it, but certainly the timing of it is a little bit different. Your technology and everything, making sure it's working right.
Brecht gets back on the mound. And he's ready to pitch. Full count to West. Here it comes from Brody. Outside for ball 4. Just off the plate. Brody missed 4 times in that at bat, and 3 of them were quite close. Leadoff walk for West, and Florida International has their first base runner. Iowa returning to Principal Park for the first time since April of 2008. This is the first regular season games for the Hawkeyes at Principal since 2004. Played Northern Colorado, Minnesota, and Northern Illinois. Leadoff walk for the Panthers in the first. Here's Armando Becerra, left-handed hitter. And Brecht fires a fastball low and in for a ball.
Yeah, the Panthers aren't really a running team. They kind of depend on that power a little bit. Again, like you saw with Illinois last week, they kind of stay put. They've got a couple guys that'll run a little, but really kind of try to play big ball.
Swing and a miss on the 1-0 from Brecht. I guess West would be one of those that would run for FIU. He's got the most in today's starting lineup, 3 stolen bases on the season. Florida International, of their 9 hitters in the starting lineup today, 7 of them are batting over 300. Here's a ground ball foul down the first base line. Brody ahead in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, really put the ball in play well, which is kind of, a little bit at odds with the number of times that guys strike out. So that's an interesting mix of free swinging, but when they make contact, misses wide. They put it in play well, but then they can go free swinging and come up empty quite a bit as well.
We were looking at the stats leading up to this series, John, and there are just some things that you think you have figured out about FIU, and then there's another stat that comes in and makes you second guess yourself. At least in our prep, that's the way I felt. Another foul ball from Becerra. He's the center fielder for FIU.
But I mean, it's interesting. The first 5 guys in the lineup have all hit over 6 home runs. Then they've got a guy that hasn't in Engelhard, but then Deering's got 6, and then Frett down in the 8-hole has 14.
It just comes out of nowhere. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Becerra. Line foul, left side. Ooh. And we'll do it again.
Heck of a snag by the fan there in about the 3rd row off the ricochet off the plexiglass.
Yeah, the ricochet is in play, isn't it? Count is 2-2. Another pitch from Brecht. This is hit well to center field. Nelson going back. He's at the track, and he will make the catch as he crashes in to the wall. Runner tagging from first to second. The throw comes in just a touch late as Becerra flies out to deep center field.
Yeah, that was probably 399 and 6 inches as that got right up to the base of the 400 wall there. Good drive, but in the middle of the park, and the way the dimensions work, it kind of flattens out there and runs from the 2 Iowa State Bank signs. It's really kind of all the same distance from home plate there.
Runner at second, 1 out for FIU in the first. This is Guida, the DH. Slider low and out, backhand stop by Moss behind the plate. You have 335 down the left field line, and 330 or 335 as well down the right field line. No numerical dimension over there.
The interesting thing here, though, is all the walls are tall.
Yes.
A swing and a miss there. We've talked about some short walls in places and how it plays short. Every wall here is tall. There's no robbing a home run in any of these outfield positions.
1 ball and 1 strike on Guida. The pitch from Brecht is outside. Ball 2. .335 down both lines, 400 to straightaway center. The tall wall all the way around, a black batter's eye in straightaway center. Brecht set from the belt, the 2-1. Low and out, ball 3.
Pitcher's probably at a little bit of an advantage here for the next 10 or 15 minutes as Brody's out in the sun and the hitter's in the shade, but Brody hasn't been able to take advantage of that yet. From the stretch, here's the 3-1 pitch. Check swing, did he go? No.
That's ball 4. So a couple of walks from Brecht here to start the first. You heard from Coach Heller in pregame, thought 30 or 40 pitches for Brody, and a couple of walks in the first. That doesn't help him in terms of getting deep into this game. And Coach McGrath will come out of the Iowa dugout. The Hawkeyes occupying the third base dugout this weekend. He'll go talk with his ace.
Around the Big Ten, Indiana and Michigan split their doubleheader today, so Iowa will end up tied with one of those two teams tomorrow. So it just depends on how that works out. Minnesota, after giving up 2 in the bottom of the 8th to Northwestern, score 2 in the top of the 9th. They now lead 6-5. They're playing for their Big Ten tournament lives. They need to win, as they sit at 9-12. So they have to sweep Northwestern, hope they get some help in results around.
Which they might be getting some help with maybe the next score you're about to read, John.
Well, Rutgers now has scored the last 3 runs of the game. They lead Ohio State 3-2, top of the 8th inning. Michigan State gets 1 in the bottom. They lead Nebraska already 1-0, top of the 2nd. Illinois gets 3 in the top of the 1st, 2 in the top of the 2nd. Ahead of Purdue 5-0. That's a game Iowa now is rooting for Illinois to go ahead and beat the tar out of the Boilermakers. And
wonder if that's Morales still pitching for Purdue, John. Swing and a miss by Jeff LaCorey. He's their first baseman. Left-handed hitter. Runners at first and second. 1 out for the Panthers in the top of the 1st, just underway in Des Moines.
And Penn State got Maryland earlier 8-4. They're now tied at 10-12.
Slider low and out, and the throw goes down to second base. Behind the runner, West. He's able to get back in time.
Yeah, West is not your prototypical leadoff hitter, though. As I was just looking, when he ran into Seegers there, he looks like a big guy. 6'4", 242.
Yeah. 1 ball and 1 strike on LaCorey, the senior. Here's a ground ball right side. Kopp gloves it. He bobbles it, can't get it out of his glove, has to go to Brecht, who's covering first base to get the second out. I think Kopp makes the right play there by not panicking and forcing a throw to second.
Yeah, he got an out. That was the big part of it. Was less than ideal, but he was able to handle it, save himself a little bit of wear and tear, and at least jump switch his feet around and flip it to Brody covering.
2 outs for Alex Ulloa. He's their shortstop, right-handed hitter. He gets in the box, but 2 in scoring position for the Panthers in the 1st. Brecht stays in the stretch. First pitch to Ulloa, fouled back to the screen. Ulloa is a .332 hitter. He has started all 51 games for the Panthers. 7 doubles, 9 home runs, 34 runs batted in. No balls and a strike. Righty on righty matchup. Brecht kicks and fires. Low and out. Good block by Cade Moss. He smothered it behind the plate.
Really good job there, diving out and not letting it skip away from him. We talked about it last week, just kind of sponging it up and making sure it stayed right within range of him.
Brecht ready with the 1-1 from the belt. Here's the pitch. Low and out. Backhand stop by Moss. This will be pitch number 25 for Brody. We are in the top of the 1st inning. 2 in scoring position for FIU. 2-1 pitch from Brecht to Ulloa. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Threw it right by him. 2-2.
Yeah, I think Iowa was hoping for maybe a clean 2 or 3 innings out of Brody, and might not work out quite that way at this point.
You like to go back to the fastball here, John?
Didn't look like he was going to keep up with that one.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Brecht. Fouled back, just got a piece of it.
So, we had trouble with the scoreboard radar gun last week. Do we believe the scoreboard radar gun this week at Brody's at 95?
I'm not buying what they're selling. We'll do it again at 2-2. Brecht has the sign that he likes. Here's the pitch. Low and out. Ball 3. Missed with the slider. Show him the heat, Brody. Full count pitch from Brecht. Here it comes. Low and out. Went back to the slider, and he walks Ulloa. Third walk of the inning, drawn by Florida International. And the bases are loaded for the Panthers in the first.
Yeah, neither of those sliders were particularly close there. This is one of the things that obviously Iowa fans care more about Brody's growth and development the next couple weeks, but one of the things is Brody gets drafted and has to go, on shorter rest. These are just things he's going to have to learn to work through and adjust. And
first pitch to Engelhard is a strike on the outer half.
And what's unusual, that's at the first called strike I remember. Brody hasn't thrown many strikes that they haven't swung at and made contact with. So
bases loaded and 2 outs. Right-handed hitter in the box. Just outside there, 1-1. Hit his spot, but Cade was set up off the plate. And it's 1-1. Engelhard, a .337 batter. 1-1 pitch. That's high, ball 2. He's played in 30 games for Florida International this year. 2 balls and a strike. Brecht looks to find the strike zone. Get that count even up or get out of this inning one way or another. Here's the pitch. He dropped the slider in there for a strike, 2-2.
Yeah, I don't know if they're the old school bullpens or not, but you've got the bullpens right down the lines here. So you've got a player protecting the catcher there as Aaron Savory now warming up in the Hawkeye bullpen.
2 balls and 2 strikes with the bases loaded. There are 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Brecht. Just outside. Couldn't get the call on the slider, and the count's full. Again, I think he hit his spot, but Cade just away there.
And that'll put all the runners in motion now with the full count.
From the belt, here is the pitch from Brody. Outside, ball 4. Walked in a run. Florida International on the board first. It's 1-0. Seeing a lot of sliders from Brody. A little bit surprised didn't go more fastball after overpowering a couple of these hitters with it.
Yeah, you're trying to depend on the chase, but at some point you need to make an adjustment too that they aren't chasing those, and so just go in and get them and say, hi, here I am. I'm Brody Brecht. I'm a first-round draft pick. And
bases stay loaded for FIU. 2 outs. There's a fastball for a strike. I like more of that. Deering in the box. Austin Deering, the right fielder, left-handed hitter for the Panthers. Brody remains in the stretch. Here's the 0-1. There's strike 2, outer edge. Went with back to the slider, brought it in the back door. Way in front now. No balls and 2 strikes. With 2 outs, bases loaded for the Panthers. Here's the pitch from Brecht. Called third strike. Got him on the outside corner. Brought in the slider through the back door to get the 3rd out. Florida International on the board first in the top of the first inning. They lead it 1-0. The Hawkeyes will come to the plate with Andy Nelson, Raider Tello, and Davis Kopp right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
So why do I need vaccinations?
If I don't get vaccinated, how sick can I get?
Can I get multiple vaccines at once?
What's done to make sure vaccines are safe?
It's important to address your concerns about vaccines. Just make sure you get answers from people you can trust. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider about vaccinations, because they know you and they'll always put your health first. A message from Iowa Department of Health and Human Services.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape.
challenging yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Today's game is presented by Iowa Department of Health and Human Services Immunization Program, reminding you to talk to your healthcare provider about vaccines and see which are right for you and your family. Vaccines, an easy home run.
Florida International leads it 1-0. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. John Evans and John Leo at the Principal Park in downtown Des Moines, inside the broadcast booth high above the field in the state capitol. All right, let's get you the batting order for the Hawkeyes today. Andy Nelson will lead it off. Raider Tello and Davis Kopp will follow. Middle of the order for the black and gold today, Reese Moore, the DH, Gable Mitchell, and then Michael Seegers. 7, 8, 9, Ben Wilmus, Will Moeffler, and Cade Moss. The starting pitcher for Florida International is Logan Rundy, a right-hander from Piasta, Iowa.
12 appearances, 3 starts. He's 3-2 on the year with a .462 ERA, 37 innings, 43 hits, 28 runs, just 19 of those earned, 10 walks, 31 strikeouts. You're going to see a fastball get up there right around 90, and then good mix of pitches after that.
Andy Nelson in the box for the Hawkeyes. He takes a fastball low and in for ball 1.
Heard Coach Heller say he's battling back from an injury, so I think this was his first appearance since middle of April, so it's been a little bit since he's been on the mound, so I would expect him to be on a pretty short leash as well.
Ball and a strike on Nelson, Iowa's leadoff hitter, batting .340 this year.
Northwestern gut punches Minnesota with a 2-run walk-off double.
Oh, boy.
7-6 Northwestern wins.
That about does it for Minnesota, doesn't it?
I don't think 11 and 13. There's too many teams kind of clumped together there.
2 balls and a strike on Nelson. Here's the pitch. Slider inside corner, 2-2. Back to Rundy for a second, John. And Florida International as a staff this weekend, they're going to throw a lot of pitchers at Iowa, so that theme will probably be very similar as Nelson rips it foul down the left field line into the Iowa bullpen.
Yeah, the team ERA is just .590, but what stands out is 98 unearned runs, which is just a mind-blowing number as FIU's committed 87 errors.
2-2 to Nelson. He hits it in the air to left. Frett goes back in front of the track, hit it right to him. Andy is out number 1.
Yeah, last night in batting practice, the ball really jumped out of here. There was a little bit of a breeze blowing out, and the ball really got moving. Today, the center field flag is just not moving at all, and as I was down on the field in pregame, the ball didn't jump at all. It didn't really carry, and so maybe as it cools down, maybe it'll blow toward the river there, but otherwise the ball wasn't getting out in a hurry here.
Tello swings at the first pitch and knocks it foul towards Coach Bo down the third base line. It was breezy when we got here, and then as soon as the game started, the flags have rested on the poles now.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a breeze blowing out early, but again, it's dead calm right now, and there's nothing moving at all.
Pitcher's mound now in the shade, as well as home plate and basically the left side of the infield. 1-1 pitch to Tello, breaking ball inside. The deep left field corner is in the shade. Everything else still in the sun. 2 balls and a strike on Tello. Rundy, the right-hander, is ready. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Did Raider go around? They say yes. All right.
Barely looked like he got started.
Now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tello. Rundy taking his time. Now from the windup, here's the pitch. Outside in the dirt as well. They're able to lay off, and the full count now. Florida International fielding percentage is .954, which is a pretty low number statistically. 3-2. Raider hits it on the ground to third. Fair ball down the left field line. It rattles around in the Iowa bullpen. I think it's under the bleacher. Raider takes second base. He'll stay at first. Now he's sprinting for second. Left fielder can't find it, and the umpires throw up their hands as it's caught underneath the bench, the bullpen bench, down the third base line. Tello's going to stay put at second base. We'll see if they allow that.
I would think it's a ground rule double. But interesting, he had gone back. You could make a, if there's a ground rule there, you could make a pretty interesting case for having to send him back, since he hadn't gone until the ball became lodged and lost over there.
It was good effort by West at third base to dive towards the line, but Raider had pulled it just enough and hugged the line. He's at second base now. Iowa trying to tie things up in the first. Here comes Davis Kopp, Iowa's first baseman today. Davis batting .317 for the black and gold. Rundy from the stretch. First pitch to Kopp is outside for a ball.
You can pretty much tell with Davis right away as to what kind of day and how he's going to see the ball. Ooh.
Slider on the outer edge for a strike, 1-1. Davis loves the inside pitch.
Yeah, so if he can maintain discipline to stay off of that.
1-1 is the count on Kopp. Here's the pitch. Line drive into left field, down for a base hit. They throw up the stop sign on Tello at third. Kopp with another hit for the Hawks in the inning. Runners at the corners for Iowa in the first. He hit it too hard. Raider had to stop at third.
Well, and Raider wasn't quite sure if it was going to clear or not, or what sort of play might be made. So he kind of paused a little bit just to make sure. And by the time he got the wheels running, he was limited to third base.
That brings up Reese Moore. Average just below 300 now for Reese at 299. Had a towering home run at Illinois last weekend. Left-handed hitter, the DH for the Hawkeyes. First pitch to Reese is a breaking ball, called a strike on the outer edge. Brought it in the back door. Iowa trailing FIU 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Runners at the corners and one out. 0-1. Reese lifts it down the left field line. Fret giving chase, and he'll watch it go a few rows foul. No balls and 2 strikes now on Moore.
Like Reese's willingness there to go the other way. Just couldn't keep it in play that time.
Been a few 2-strike counts on Iowa hitters already in this first inning. Got to grind it out, put the ball in play. The 0-2, that's high, just below the eyes. Reese watched it. Ball 1.
Well, and again, when you have a team that fields .954, you want to make them field the ball as often as you can. So trying to limit strikeouts. I know you can't never strike out, but
1-2 to Reese. That's in the dirt. Great discipline by Moore. We've seen that improve over the past month or so.
Great discipline from Moore and a great block from Patelli too, to keep it, not only to keep Tello at third, but kept it corralled enough that Kopp couldn't advance to second either. Keeps the double play in order for the Panthers.
Count even at 2 now. Rundy comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball buried it in on Moore's shoe tops. Reese strikes out. He's out number 2. And that'll bring up Gable Mitchell. He'll try to bring home the tying run in the first. Mitchell bat from the left side against the right-handed pitcher for FIU. A little bit of a shift on for the Panthers defensively on the infield over to the right side. First pitch to Gable. He swings at it and fouls it off. First and third and 2 outs for Iowa in the bottom of the first inning. You think we see Brody in the second?
No.
Aaron Savary's been getting loose for Iowa. No balls and a strike on Mitchell. Here's the pitch. Downstairs, just a touch outside as well for a ball.
You know, we heard about Iowa maybe trying to take advantage of some first and third situations running. I'm not sure these are the two guys you're going to do it with, though.
1-1. Gable squared to bunt, then pulled it back and takes strike two. Outside corner. Mitchell's batting .296 for the Hawks. He has 13 doubles this season, has hit 3 home runs. Just needs to find some outfield grass somewhere to tie this game up. A ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Rundy strikes him out on a breaking ball low and in. Back-to-back strikeouts for FIU. That ends the first inning. The Panthers lead it 1-0. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. Are you or someone you know in crisis or having suicidal thoughts? Call the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline for 24/7 free and confidential support. There is hope. Call or chat 988. A message from Iowa HHS.
Top of the second inning at Principal Park in Des Moines. Florida International with the 1-0 lead. On the Hawkeyes, Iowa makes a pitching change. They'll bring in Aaron Savary for the second inning, the right-handed sophomore from Dubuque.
5-1 on the season, 17 appearances with 2 starts. He has a .454 ERA, 33 2/3 innings, 33 hits, 19 runs, 17 of those are earned. He's allowed 15 walks with 38 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .252 against Sav. Now what you want to see out of him, probably got worst case scenario out of Brody with the 37 pitches in 1 inning. So now what you want to see out of Aaron is probably 2 to 3 innings worth, maybe even 3 innings worth of good work. Kind of get you maybe back on track.
First pitch is grounded down the third base line. Moss picks it up fair. Throw to first is late. As Keyshawn Frett legs out an infield single. Moss and Tello were chatting down the third baseline. Was that going to go foul? I liked Moss's, he was decisive, right?
Right. He made a strong choice. Unfortunately, I think it was the wrong one. I don't think he ever had any chance of throwing him out, and so I'd have probably waited to see if it spun foul. It didn't look like it was going to spin foul. It looked like it kind of set on its track, so.
First hit of the game, and now a sacrifice bunt down the first base line. Kopp will let that go foul. Boy, he picked that up just as it cleared the white line.
And see, on that one, I might have done it the opposite way. I might have tried to get it before it went foul. Let him take the sacrifice and the out. Trust your pitcher to keep getting outs.
This is Nick Pitelli, the catcher for the Panthers. He's a left-handed hitter. Savary from the stretch. 0-1 pitch is on its way home in just a moment. Quick throw over to first base. That's got to be tricky for Davis, standing in the sun over there at first base. Maybe the bleachers are protecting him a bit, but he's still on the edge of the shadows. No balls and a strike. We'll see if Patelli shows the bunt again. He does. Savary fires it in the dirt for a ball, 1-1.
And as you mentioned, there's some gap in the concourse too, or between the suite level and the main level. So anything that kind of drips in there could make it hard for Kopp to see that ball too.
Have to watch those pickoff moves. 1 ball and 1 strike on Patelli. He's a senior for FIU, batting .294. He's only played in 21 of their 51 games this year. Savary can't find the zone there, missed high and out. Frett is the runner at first base. He's a couple of stolen bases on the year, but looks like Florida International is really trying to get a bunt down here. They lead it 1-0 in the second. Savary's pitch is bunted foul, and it's 2-2.
Hit him as he was leaving the box there. Pitch might have been inside if he took it too, but
probably takes the bunt off for the Panthers. We'll see how aggressive they get in their play calling.
Tello pulls back. Iowa's certainly not expecting it anymore.
Savary's 2-2 is bunted right back to him. Aaron picks it up. He pump fakes to second, then throws it to first to get the sure out. Frett gets to second base.
I think he probably had a chance at second if he would have had his feet set that direction, but they were more set toward first when he picked the ball up. So it was going to take more work to get to second, and by the time I think he would have made all that. And the funny thing is, if Davis would have just picked that ball up at the beginning, we'd have been right in the same spot.
without all the pitches in between. Back to the top of the order for the Panthers. This is Brylan West. Walked and scored last inning. Runner at second and 1 out. The pitch from Savary. Snapped it outside for a ball. Iowa pitchers basically at 50% balls and strikes. Boost that number up a little bit in the early going. 1-0 pitch from Savary. That dropped in for a strike, 1-1.
That's what we talked about in the open. You knew this week was going to be different. You heard Coach Heller say it as well.
Pickoff moved to second.
You need guys to do some things that maybe they aren't asked to do a lot. And obviously with what happened with Brody, he isn't going to be asked to throw an inning or two very often. But now with Sav coming in, you need him to come in and do a nice job here.
Here's the 1-1 from Aaron. Outside, 2-1.
Yeah, it hasn't been that Iowa pitchers have thrown it all over the place. They just have missed the zone, and FIU, who's a relatively free-swinging team, has done a good job being disciplined.
Try another pickoff move.
That's a ball
to second, and Aaron turned inside to throw it to second, and that'll allow Frett to move to third on the balk. Not seeing any argument from Iowa's dugout there, although Aaron is trying to plead his case. Maybe he's trying to learn more about why that's illegal.
It was best case scenario, it was awkward looking.
Yes.
Worst case scenario, it was a balk.
Iowa's a little bit foggy right now to start. Corners come in defensively. Here's the pitch. This is fouled back over to the right. One out in the inning and runner at third. Love to get a strikeout from Savary here, but West is a good candidate for that with 45 strikeouts. The entire infield comes in now for the Hawkeyes. The runner at third and 1 out. Savary has the sign that he likes. Here's the pitch. This is foul over to the right. I think we found where our crowd mic's at.
Was just thinking the same thing. We now know exactly where the crowd mic is located. It's somewhere right on that pole.
It's attached to the top of the netting here.
That vibrated the whole thing.
We'll do it again at 2-2. Savary comes set. Aaron fires it outside. Ball 3. Savary can get a strikeout or a ground ball to the infield here. Full count pitch to West. Here it comes. Fouled back again. Remains 3-2. Florida International leads at 1-0 in the top of the second inning. They've got a runner at third base and 1 out. Savary takes a deep breath. And now he is ready. Here's the pitch. Fly ball right side. That's foul and will leave the stadium. West is hanging in there. I mean, he's got 45 strikeouts. He's also been hit by 18 pitches. That's a big number. But man, he's getting a little piece of the bat on it every time.
Well, what I've been impressed with most is, I mean, again, Brody, they did the same thing to Brecht, is he couldn't get the swing and miss with 2 strikes.
3-2, line drive into left. That's a base hit. 2-0, Florida International.
And that one was roped. The first hit was a little gross if you're an Iowa fan, but there was no mistake about that one, as that one was just drilled out into left field.
One out for Armando Becerra. Becerra flied out to deep center field. Andy Nelson is able to retire him. His first at bat. Two 2-0 Florida International in the second. Savary from the stretch with a runner at first base and 1 out. He delivers inside, ball 1. Not the start that Iowa was looking for. See if the offense can come to life when we get to the second, but pitching wise, could have found the strike zone in the early going. 1-0 pitch from Savary, and Becerra went around. He offered it the pitch that was low. It's 1-1.
No, this wasn't the hello Des Moines that
right
that Hawkeye staff was hoping for so far.
One from Savary is lifted high into left field. Mulfler comes forward a couple of steps. Will makes the catch for the second out. Two away for the Panthers in the second.
Hawks finally get a relatively easy out. That hasn't been the case through the first 4 outs. The 5th one there was a little easier.
Several full counts. Here's Ryan Guida. Slider in there for a strike from Savary. Each team with a couple of hits. FIU leads it 2-0 in the second. Righty on righty matchup here. The 0-1 is a fastball outside. 1-1. Guida leads the team in doubles with 17 for the Panthers. 9 home runs.
Also has
tied for third.
Yeah, 19 walks and 13 hit by pitches.
He lines this sharply foul over to the right, and it's 1-2.
To just 30 strikeouts, so another guy that puts the ball in play relatively well. See if Aaron can make him add to his strikeout number here.
If you have to throw the slider, see if he can bury it. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Savary with the strikeout. He did go to the slider. Guida was early on it. I'll retire the side. Florida International with another run. They lead it 2-0. We'll bring you to the bottom of the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
So do I need vaccinations?
If I don't get vaccinated, how sick can I get?
Can I get multiple vaccines at once?
What's done to make sure vaccines are safe?
It's important to address your concerns about vaccines. Just make sure to get answers from people you can trust. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider about vaccinations because they know you and they'll always put your health first. A message from the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Pleased to bring you Iowa Hawkeye Baseball today from Principal Park in downtown Des Moines. We'll be here the rest of the weekend, well, Friday and Saturday, here in the state capitol. 6:35 tomorrow, and then high noon on Saturday. Wrap up the regular season before moving over to Omaha next week. Bottom of the second inning, FIU with the early 2-0 lead over the Hawkeyes. Michael Seegers, Ben Wilmus, and Will Mulfler come to the plate for Iowa in this inning. First pitch to Michael, hit him in the arm.
Well,
Siegs will take his base.
That's a good start, and that'll allow Iowa to put some pressure on this way with the speed game too.
Options here for Iowa. Comes to bunting, getting Seegers to run, the hit and run action. Prime opportunity for the Hawks here. Seegers at first base. First pitch to Wilmus. This is a slider low and in from Rundy. Missed the zone. Wilmus, one of the local Iowa players, coming back home to play for his Des Moines friends and family. 1-0 pitch to Wilmus. He showed the bunt, pulled it back, and it's a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, fun for a number of the players on the Hawkeye roster. Reese Moore not too far away from here. Ben Wilmus, of course. Cade Moss, Brody Breck, so your starters there.
Pickoff move over to first base was particularly close. Seegers got back in time. Counts 1-1 on Wilmus. Iowa's right fielder stands in from the right side.
Ohio State did get one in the top of the 9th to tie up Rutgers. They're now in the top of the 10th inning.
Found back to the netting. 1-2 on Wilmus.
Ohio State trying to keep their hopes alive. A loss to 5-16. Rutgers would kick them in the shins neatly.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Wilmus. Seegers at first base. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Wilmus chased a slider low and out. Rundy is doing a pretty nice job for a guy who hasn't pitched in 3 or 4 weeks. To 3 strikeouts of Hawkeye hitters. It's been that slider to 2 left-handed hitters low and in on the shins, and then to Wilmus there off the plate outside. The right-handed hitter couldn't lie off.
Yeah, the Iowa hitters not showing very good discipline right now as the 2 left-handers swung over the top of 2 pitches, and then Ben chasing that one that was well enough off the plate.
Unable to advance Seegers to second base for the time being. Still at first with 1 out. Panthers are awfully concerned about Michael over there. They throw it over a pair of times. Rundy's got a pretty good move.
He does. He's reasonably quick to the plate too, so he's not the easiest guy to steal on, but he's been throwing more off-speed pitches and things too, so you've got a chance to run on that. And as we heard in the scout this morning, the FIU catchers have good to strong arms, but don't always throw it where they're aiming.
Michael takes off here, and Mulfler fouls it off in on the hands. And so Michael will have to go back to first base. Yeah, to your point, John, the Florida International catchers, they might have too strong arms. They've got a few errors racked up on the season from throwing it into center field, huh?
You may be being kind, but...
1 ball and 1 strike on Mulfler. Here's the pitch. This is foul. Once more to the right. This is sort of a homecoming for Rundy as well, from Piasta, Iowa, up in the northeast quadrant of the state. He's having a pretty nice outing.
Exactly. There's three Iowans on the Panther roster.
1-2 to Mulfler is a fastball outside 2-2.
So I get a chance to see a couple of them, couple other pitchers. If we're going to rattle through a bunch of pitchers this weekend for both teams, we'll probably see nearly everybody on the rosters.
That's right. Count even at 2. Seager's still at first base. You know he's itching to get to second or get on the move in some way. 2-2. Mulfler pops it foul. Out of play down the right field line.
And as you mentioned, Rundy's shown good quick feet with a good move over to first. Seager's probably had the base stolen, but they had the hit and run on, and Will fouled off a pitch that was well inside.
Michael on his toes there, dives back into first base. Mulfler for the Hawkeyes, starting in left field for the past couple of weeks, batting .308, 16 hits and 52 at bats. Next pitch to Will, line drive, base hit into right field. Seegers gets to second. He picks up Coach Bowe, the third base coach, and stops at second base on the 1-out single for Will Mulfler.
Good piece of hitting there from Will. You don't see him go to the right side, especially sharply, very often, but really sent that through the hole there. Just stayed with the fastball, drove it right through the hole. Might even hit it a little too hard, as you mentioned earlier, and that's kept Seegers at second.
And now I'll have a mound visit for Florida International. We'll see if this is it for Rundy or if they'll allow him to pitch. They do have a left-hander getting loose in their bullpen down the right field line. Runners at first and second, 1 out for Iowa, trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the second.
That's 35 pitches. He's probably on a similar count. He's going to stay in the game, but he's probably on a similar count to what Brody was, in that you'll see 40 to 50 pitches this first time back. So you won't see him get too deep, but talk a little bit now with 2 guys on, and maybe Cade likes to bunt, so you talk about how you're going to play defense and ask him how he's feeling, make sure everything's okay there. So multi-pronged visit, I imagine.
Cade Moss up with a couple runners on, 1 out. The veteran for Iowa, one of the captains, senior from Johnston. Another one of the local players for Iowa. He swings at the first pitch, hits it on the ground to third. Scooped off the turf by West. He'll throw it to first. It's his only play to get Moss. And the runners, Mulfler and Seegers, advance 90, second and third and 2 outs now.
Nice play charging that in, catching it on the short hop.
Got to run everything out. It was really a pretty decent play by West off the grass.
Off to his side.
If that were to get through, we'd be tied. Be up to Andy Nelson now, the top of the order. He gave one a ride to left in his first plate appearance. Takes a slider outside for ball 1. 2 in scoring position for Andy. 400 hitter in this situation. Iowa down 2-0 in the bottom of the second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's low, ball 2.
Almost looked like it handcuffed Patelli a little bit, but he was able to stick with it.
Hitters count for Andy. Give one a ride here somewhere. 2-0. Outside, ball 3. Maybe Rundy's losing it a touch here. Way ahead with Rader on deck.
I guess probably see a full red light here. Maybe get after the 3-1 pitch, but not the 3-0.
3-0 is way outside for ball 4. Nelson draws the 4-pitch walk. We'll see if they stick with Rundy here. He's towards the end of his line, it would appear. Laboring here in the second. And the bases are loaded for Raider Tello, who makes his way to the box. Tello doubled down the left field line his first time up. 5:56 with the bases loaded is Tello. Now the wind picking up a bit over to right. Bases loaded, they're sticking with Rundy. First pitch to Tello is on the outer edge for strike one. Crowd mic always picks it up, John. 0-1 pitch to Tello. Slider out, even at 1 now. Iowa down 2-0. In the second, knocking at the door once again. Had base runners in traffic in the first. Trying to tie it up or do even more now in the second. 1 ball and 1 strike on Tello. Here's the pitch from Rundy. Outside edge, called a strike. 1-2. Tello does not like the outside slider.
I don't blame him. And I'm not in full agreement with the crowd yet, but I know where they're coming from.
In the dirt there, 2-2. Rundy comes set. Here's the 2-2. Raiders skies it. Shallow right. First baseman LaCorey towards the line makes the catch. He pops out, and the Hawks will leave him loaded in the second. Florida International leads 2-0. We'll bring you the third right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Top of the third inning at Principal Park in Des Moines. Florida International leading the Hawkeyes 2-0. They'll bring up 3, 4, and 5. Guida, LaCorey, and Ulloa. Aaron Savary continues to pitch for Iowa. Guida was actually the third out in the second inning, so it'll be LaCorey, Ulloa, and Engelhard. LaCorey, a left-handed hitter. Takes ball 1 upstairs.
I'm not going to lie, John, I'm lost without TrackMan.
Not a feature of the ballpark.
Now, minor league ballparks have gone to Hawkeye away from the TrackMan setup, so not equipped here anymore.
Having to trust our eyes on the strike zone. 2-0 pitch from Savary. There's a slider in there for a strike. 2-1.
My age does not allow for that. Age and distance from home plate does not allow for eye trusting.
I'll join you with the distance from home plate then, John. Here comes the 2-1 to LaCorey. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Savary.
And our in-booth broadcast feed is actually really pretty much on time. So by the time I see the pitch and glance over at it, it's over. And so I can't even trust but verify.
2-2, swing and a miss. Savary battles all the way back and gets another strikeout, this time of LaCorey to start the third.
Much better start there. Aaron had a couple of rough pitches to start the at-bat. 3 solid frisbees after that.
That brings up Yaloa, the shortstop. Walked in the first inning. Fouled off the first pitch that he sees in this at-bat. Savary looks to be in a little bit more of a rhythm the last few batters. Not necessarily quick pitching, but picking up his pace. 0-1 from Savary. Outside, evening the count.
And pretty much all of the Iowa pitchers, when they're in a groove, you know, to your point, they don't work out of control fast, but they certainly work quicker as he misses up and in there. You know, it's just kind of that give me the ball back and go. You know, we've seen some teams where the guy's basically catching it on the rubber and he's ready to go. Iowa doesn't, other than maybe Anthony Watts, doesn't have anybody that's really trying to go that fast.
2-1 is swung on and missed. Good fastball from Savary, 2-2.
But there are a number of guys you can tell when they feel good. They catch it, they walk. There's no strolling around. It's they catch it, they climb back up there. They trust what they get and they go.
2-2 from Savary's downstairs for a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Ulloa. Struck out 41 times this year. He's walked 20. And he'll strike out there as Savary whipped it right down the middle. Ulloa was surprised by that one. Back-to-back strikeouts for Aaron. Make it 3 in a row, dating back to the second inning.
Again, I don't have TrackMan, but I'm not surprised he got sent back to the dugout. That looked pretty darn good.
Front door slider from Savary. 2 away for Engelhard.
Trying to peek over Zach's shoulder so I can see the bats over here.
Strike 1 from Aaron. Good fastball, upper third of the zone.
We got it all figured out yet to know what I'm seeing yet, so to get figured out how I can use it.
Slider outside, 1-1.
As my wife would tell you, just what I need is another screen to look at.
We've got a ton up here, and you're looking in another booth, John. Just never satisfied, huh? 1-1 is hit well to center field, but Andy Nelson has a beat on it. He makes the catch for the third out. 1-2-3 inning for Savary and the Hawkeye defense. We'll see if Iowa can get on the board right after this. It's 2-0 FIU. Bottom of the third coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oaknall is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oaknall is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
New pitcher into the game for FIU is Jaden Bishop, left-handed junior from Zephyr Hills, Florida.
0-2 on the season in 18 appearances, 8.84 ERA, 19 1/3, 25 hits, 23 runs, just 19 earned, 17 walks, 15 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 316 against Bishop. Fastball is going to be right around 90. He'll throw a change, a slider, and a curveball. Really kind of struggles a little bit to command the strike zone, so that'll be the big test in conference in Conference USA. He's really struggled. 7 appearances, 8 1/3 innings with a 16.2 ERA. So chance for Iowa bats to maybe get going a little bit here.
It'll be Davis Kopp, Reese Moore, and Gable Mitchell come to the plate for Iowa in the third, trailing 2-0.
But the flow on Bishop is outstanding.
That's a good head of lettuce. Flows out behind the ball cap. Florida International wearing all gray uniforms. They have FIU spelled out in navy across the chest. We've got navy ball caps in the field with the same FIU print in sandy gold across the chest. Iowa in their all-white uniforms, the script Iowa spelled out in black. The Hawks wearing gold caps in the field today. Bishop deals a fastball inside to Davis Kopp. This is the first meeting all time between Iowa and Florida International. 1-0 pitch to Davis is hit well to right field. This will carry. Right fielder going back near the wall, and it is gone. Davis, the deputy Kopp, with a home run deep to right. Iowa's on the board. It's 2-1.
He might have taken advantage of the one slightly lower spot in the wall there, but pushed it over into the concourse. And the Hawks are on the board. Good job there. Went with the fastball out and away. Drove it out over. That's home run number 7 for Davis.
There's room over there to right, and the wind is pushing it as well. Davis connected well and gets Iowa on the board with a leadoff home run in the third. Here's Reese Moore. He was trying to do the same, and he swings and misses. A high fastball.
Yeah, there's some kids heading to the metal bleachers there right underneath the scoreboard. Good place for Reese to deposit one.
1 ball and 1 strike on Moore. Slider outside. Bishop, left-hander from the windup. He kicks and fires. Ooh. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Reese trying to find his footing in the early going.
I like how Principal Park has the manual scoreboard.
Yeah, old-fashioned, right?
Yeah, the old-fashioned. It's the Fenway Park idea, or the Wrigley Field idea, with just the current game score, though.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Moore. Takes a slider out. I must have been behind a pitch. That's ball 4. Reese walks.
Well, Reese did the greatest fool job ever.
I'll happily be off a pitch.
Give an extra base runner there.
That brings up Gable Mitchell. The switch hitter will go from the right side. Mitchell struck out in the first. Time is called.
Maybe you're right.
Boy, wouldn't this be something for my ego, John? It should be 3-2. And Florida International is going to question it.
I don't know how you prove it at this point.
You're just relying on the scoreboard, which was wrong. The in-house scoreboard had it a pitch ahead.
But now you're going to pull the umpires in. And does anybody have the old manual clicker in their hand that they kept it that way and haven't reset it yet? I'm trying to look at the allowable replays if they can go back and.
Hey, where'd you get that card, John?
It's a well laminated card.
Where have I seen that before?
in my hands is where you've seen that before.
Umpires are meeting to discuss. Just to be factual, that was ball 3, but right now they've called it ball 4. So we'll see what they decide to do. They can't review this, can they?
Well, that's what I don't see. I don't see any place on there that you'd be able to go back and count the pitches, but. but they're going. They're
going to go talk with. One umpire is coming to talk with Rich Witten of Florida International. The others are coming over to talk with Coach Heller outside of the third baseline.
Somebody's in charge of keeping the official book, and the official book would then have it.
Discussions taking place.
And we're going to bring Reese back.
Yeah, Gable's going back to the on-deck circle. And so it looks like Reese will come back into the box.
He's got to get all his stuff back from first base coach, though, as he gave it all away. Gave it all to Huck down there. Ohio State with 3 in the top of the 10th leads Rutgers 6-3 now as they try to hang on, move to 11. They've moved to 11-11 in conference if they can get that win. Purdue fighting back on Illinois. It's now 5-3 top of the 5th inning. Nebraska 2-1 over Michigan State bottom of the 5th inning.
Tight game, East Lansing. Reese is applying all of his. He's got several apparatuses that he's attaching back to his body. He's got a wrist guard, he's got an elbow guard. And he retrieves his bat, brought to him by Drew Duramer. And now the count will be full.
Now he's got to get focused back in. This is out of routine.
Here's the 3-2. Foul tip dropped by the catcher.
Boy,
you can just feel how naturally this could go. Right?
Well, yeah, he tried, and other than just barely catching a piece of that, that was about exactly what you'd expected. He tried to hold up on a swing, had no chance of holding up on it, but fortunately caught just enough of it to keep his at-bat alive.
Here's a 3-2. Grounded foul, right side.
Now at least you feel like he's back into a rhythm where it's more even footing here.
Payoff pitch from Bishop. Swing and a miss.
Even footing did not help him, though, as that was just a pretty good breaking ball again.
Reese is out number 1. And that'll bring up Gable Mitchell. Bat from the right side.
Certainly changes the complexion of Gable's at bat, where you think maybe is he going to bunt him over? Instead, he takes strike 1.
And wrecks the momentum of the inning that Iowa was starting to build, even though they've falsely been awarded first base. Here's the 0-1 to Mitchell. He chased a high pitch there, 0-2.
Yeah, 90-mile-an-hour fastball, top of the zone.
Oh-2 to Gable. That's in the dirt, ball 1. Gable struck out in the first. Iowa on the board now in the third with a solo home run from Davis Kopp. Trailing FIU 2-1, bottom third. 1-2 pitch to Mitchell. Swing and a miss, chased a pitch in the dirt. And Gable strikes out for the second out of the inning.
That's 2 tough at-bats for both of those guys there. Their first 2 appearances, they've not really been sharp. Gone fishing on both of them.
Iowa with 5 strikeouts already in the box.
And 8 outs.
Here's Michael Seegers. He shows the bunt. He's able to pull it back before the pitch crosses the plate. It missed high, 1-0. Yeah, let's see. There's been a pop-up, a ground out, and a fly out. Everything else has been a strikeout for Iowa today.
On a team that fields 950-something. I mean, that was kind of the whole idea.
Fastball high outside corner for a strike, 1-1. Probably one of those situations for Iowa, maybe pressing too much, trying too hard in the early going to put it in play. Not working out for them so far. They have 4 hits, though. The Hawks moving the ball around. It's a good pitch on the outer edge from Bishop. Strike 2. A windup and the 1-2 pitch to Seegers. Swing and a miss. So after a leadoff home run from Davis Kopp, Iowa goes down in order, 1-2-3 with 3 strikeouts to end the third. The Hawkeyes are on the board. It's 2-1 FIU. We'll bring you the fourth right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford Tough Trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball and softball all season long, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along online with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.us. You can't make me laugh through it. .us/Big Ten Radio 2023.
Speed run. All right, top of the fourth in Des Moines. Aaron Savory starts off Austin Deering with a strike. Deering, a redshirt junior from Hurricane, West Virginia. Takes just off the plate outside 1-1. Deering struck out looking in the first. 1-1 pitch from Savory. Good, sharp slider. Inside edge, 1-2.
And the battle for 7-8 spot in the conference is going to come down to 4 teams. So 2 teams going to get shut out.
Pitch in the dirt, swung on and missed. Moss will send it to first base to record the out. Savory's racking those up. He's got 4 now.
Yeah, really settled in after kind of a rough start, not finding the zone very well. Been much better here in the last inning and 2/3 or so.
Back to your point, John, about the standings there. Who are those teams that are fighting it out for the last 2 spots?
Ohio State and Michigan State, as that hits him now. It's just, God, why do we even say anything like that? Ohio State and Michigan State tied with 11 losses. They sit in 7th and 8th place. Michigan State right now playing Nebraska, so they've got kind of the biggest road to carry. And then Maryland and Penn State playing each other, both sit at 12 losses. So and then in the event that they would end up tied at 11 and 13, Penn State would win that head-to-head tiebreaker because
Patelli lines this foul to start his at bat.
Because they would win the series 2-1 here this weekend to get there.
So if Penn State beats Maryland one more time,
Maryland is probably out for sure.
Whew.
Because then they'd need Ohio State and Michigan State to both lose their remaining games.
Strike 2 from Savory.
And the weird thing about that is the second best RPI in the conference is Maryland.
In the 30s right now.
39.
Wow.
And they may not make the Big Ten tournament.
0-2 pitch from Savory. That's in the dirt. Kicks away from Moss over to the left, and that'll allow Frett to get to second base. So now what would that mean for Maryland? No way you can let them into the NCAA tournament, right?
No. I mean, you
got to make your conference tournament.
Right. You'd be out. And really the interesting thing by conference RPI, the Big Ten is 4th this year.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, so much higher than in recent years.
Savory set with the 1-2. He brings it home to Patelli inside for a ball, 2-2.
The 4th place conference in a lot of years is going to get 3-4 bids. Big Ten's not going to get that. The weird thing with the Big Ten this year is just everybody's decent to good, and nobody's great.
2-2 is lifted into center field. Andy Nelson camped underneath it. Andy makes the grab for the second out. Not deep enough for Fret to tag, and it was also shaded over towards left a little bit, bringing Andy closer to third base. And so Fret stays put at second. So the tournament champion, automatic bid. And who else would be in line at large if it's not Nebraska or Illinois?
Well, and even the one I saw, one of the projections I saw just the other day had Illinois as your first team out.
Ooh.
So your regular season Big Ten champion, in all likelihood, would be the first team out.
Top of the order for the Panthers in the fourth. They lead it 2-1. Here's a first pitch strike to Brylan West of FIU.
Now, I suppose you could argue that they win a game or two or play well in Omaha, even without winning the tournament. But, you know, as the 1 seed, you know, say they get beat by an 8 seed Michigan State, well, it's only going to hurt them.
Yeah. 0-1 is outside 1-1. I guess the teams that we've seen this year, John, Illinois look like an NCAA tournament team to you? Offensively, I think yes. Pitching-wise, I don't know what they've got in their arsenal.
Yeah, that's what I'm not sure. That's kind of where I get stuck. I think that's the problem with all the Big Ten teams is reaches out and fouls that off. There's that one they just aren't sure about with everybody. And you know, Nebraska seems to be the most complete team, and that's where you'd say, okay, the 31 RPI kind of backs that up. But they're also not a team, you know, Sears hasn't pitched as well as he has early in the season, especially early in the Big Ten season.
Savory set with the 1-2. He missed outside 2-2. How about Nebraska? If they don't win the conference tournament, you think Nebraska's in at large?
Yeah, I think Nebraska's in with 31. So, I mean, the Big Ten's best hope would be Illinois wins the regular season and performs well enough here at the end to maybe get that RPI closer to 50.
2-2 pitch. That's high, ball 3.
Nebraska just doesn't have any colossal collapse. You know, takes 2 or 3 from Michigan State, wins a game or 2 in Omaha, and then someone else wins the Big Ten tournament. And then maybe that's the Big Ten's path to 3 teams.
Sure. Full count on West of Florida International. Savory sends it to second base behind the runner.
Indiana, I suppose.
I saw them in a projection.
59 RPI, you know, splitting the, and actually, yeah, because that's updated with the split with Michigan today.
Full count. Savory's pitch is lined into left field, right to Will Moeffler, who makes the catch for the third out. Hit by pitch proves to be harmless in the top of the fourth. Iowa trails it 2-1. We'll continue that conversation when we come back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
So why do I need vaccinations?
If I don't get vaccinated, how sick can I get?
Can I get multiple vaccines at once?
What's done to make sure vaccines are safe?
It's important to address your concerns about vaccines. Just make sure you get answers from people you can trust. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider about vaccinations, because they know you and they'll always put your health first. A message from Iowa Department of Health and Human Services.
University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City-Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes.
2-1, Iowa trailing in the bottom of the fourth. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. John Evans and John Leo bringing you Iowa Hawkeye baseball this evening in Des Moines at Principal Park. Iowa trailing FIU 2-1 in the bottom of the fourth. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. Wilmus, Mulfler, and Moss coming to the plate for Iowa against Jaden Bishop, who was pretty good in that third inning. Gave up a leadoff home run to Davis Kopp and then struck out 3 Iowa hitters in a row. We'll see how the Hawkeyes' approach changes moving forward here. Quite a few strikeouts for Iowa so far. Wilmus takes a fastball inside corner, strike 1. Ben did strike out in his first plate appearance. The left-hander Bishop from the windup brings it home, and this is ripped into left center field, down for a base hit. Wilmus is around first. He'll slam on the brakes and retreat back to the bag. A leadoff single for the Hawkeyes in the fourth.
Iowa's had a lot of good, solid contact. Just, the strikeouts, especially the one with first and third and 1 out, they've come at some unfortunate times, but string some things together here, get back in the game. Maybe test short game here a little bit or hit and run again.
We know what kind of move Bishop has on the mound for Florida International, left-hander, so he'll be staring down Wilmus at first base.
He's actually slow to the plate, but he's got obviously a good enough look to kind of keep you handy.
Mulfler takes breaking ball for a strike. Will singled through the right side back in the second inning. Iowa down by 1 here in the fourth. Sun beginning to set as it shines off the gold top of the Capitol just beyond center field across the river. 0-1 pitch. Mulfler sends it on a line to center field, and it is caught on the run by Becerra. First out of the inning. And we'll see Cade Moss come up now for the Hawks. Moss grounded out back in the second. Light move over to first base.
Florida International in the year gives up about 3 free bases for every 4 innings, so they're kind of on pace. They've given up 2 so far, a walk and a hit batter, so they're kind of right in their range. It's just the strikeout number is a little bit higher than what they normally do.
Hawks are up to 5 hits, so not totally reliant on the free base right now. Like you mentioned a moment ago, John, Iowa's been finding the gaps offensively, but it's about stringing it together, right? Putting up that crooked number. Iowa's still hanging on for that. Here's Moss with a bunt attempt, and he pulled it back. The pitch sailed high and out. Sharp fastball missed the zone.
Well, yeah, Iowa's been good at finding the hit in the inning, but they haven't been able to find multiple hits and kind of put a pile together here.
Hitters count for Moss. Here's the 2-0. Cade took it for a strike, 2-1.
Even done a good job. If you remember last weekend at Illinois, couldn't get the leadoff guy on for anything. Today, 3 for 4. But the only guy that scored is the guy that hit the home run and scored himself.
2-1 is hit on the ground, right side. Second baseman was moving over towards second base. Now recovers, gets to the ball, and throws out Moss at first base. 2 away.
Boy, it was a perfectly executed hit and run. He just didn't hit it hard enough to get it through the hole. Kind of squibbed it. Still thought he had a chance, but Iowa will need a big 2-out hit here, something they haven't had yet in this game.
We've seen that so many times this year for Iowa. The steal of second and the hit through the right side, and leaving that gap wide open as the second baseman covers the bag. And like you said, Cade just didn't have enough on it to get it through the infield. 2 outs for Andy Nelson. Takes a fastball for a strike outside corner. Wilmus out there at second base. He reached on a leadoff single. We're in the bottom of the fourth in Des Moines. FIU up 2-1. Low scoring game so far. The 0-1 pitch. Nelson ripped it back to the screen. 0-2.
Exactly what you expect of a Friday night game.
Bullpen game for both teams today. Nelson down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Bishop is ready. Here's the pitch. Andy hit it down the line in right. That'll tail away foul.
Now, the scouting report shows that Bishop doesn't really come inside to right-handers, but that's the thing that he's done pretty well here with the right-handers and been able to get a couple strikeouts by getting inside with 2 strikes.
0-2. Nelson hits in the air to center. This is shallow center. Becerra comes forward a few steps on a jog, makes the play for the 3rd out. Wilmus, the leadoff single. He's stranded on the base paths. We're through 4 complete in Des Moines. FIU leads it 2-1. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion. Like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
Top of the 5th inning in Des Moines. FIU leads it 2-1. A really nice crowd on hand at Principal Park tonight as we open the series with the Panthers. We'll be back here tomorrow at 6:30 and then wrap up the series and the regular season on Saturday at noon.
Smoking hot on Saturday.
Really hot.
Could be fun.
Your favorite.
My favorite.
Upper 80s. Just think, John, you started the season in South Carolina. Temperatures were what, 50s?
Yeah, it was not upper 80s. It was 50s. It was cloudy. It was 20, 25 mile an hour winds.
I think tonight's the perfect night. Savary deals a strike. 1-1 on Becerra in the 5th.
Yeah, tomorrow's supposed to be what, just a touch warmer than tonight?
Right.
But still pretty darn good, I would imagine.
1-1 pitch from Savary. Ooh, where'd that miss? Just low and out, ball 2.
And I think the best part of it, for the way our spring has been, is the flag isn't trying to rip itself off the pole.
The warm games that we have had this year have been coupled with strong winds that have cooled things off. Strike 2 from Aaron.
I feel good. If my wife's listening to us, she knows that even when the weather's good, we still talk about the weather. So
that's right.
It's still a John Evans broadcast.
Really nice pitch from Savary. Just missed low and out. Tried to hit that corner. It's a full count. Now, at some point, we're going to need to consider somebody sponsoring the pregame wind report from Coach Heller. 3-2 pitch from Savary. Missed outside, ball 4. Leadoff walk in the 5th. Puts another runner on for FIU. They just have 2 hits. Savary's done a nice job in relief. Well, out of the bullpen, you should say. He's through 3 innings and has allowed 2 hits. That was the first walk from Savary. 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, he gave up the little squirrely infield single and then unfortunately kind of moved him around on a sacrifice and a balk, and then this hard single scored him.
Fastball inside to Guida, the DH. He's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. He also walked. Guida bats .340. He's below that now at .338 with the strikeout. 17 doubles, 9 home runs. Slider outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Pretty good outing so far from Savary. Let's see if he can find the strike zone now in the 5th. Probably stretching out Aaron a little bit here.
A little. I mean, I think you start looking at what the Big Ten tournament looks like, and if you're gonna advance and win, you're gonna need somebody that hasn't gone long to go long. That's just the nature of 4 games in 5 days or 4 days, I guess 5-6 days, depending on when the schedule works. And Aaron's history through kind of his almost 2 full seasons now with Iowa is he'll cruise along, and then when the wheels start to wobble, they kind of come off the car pretty quick. So it'd be nice to see if he can settle in himself here.
2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. This is lined into left center field. Nelson on the run over towards left. Andy made the catch. That's out number 1. Becerra retreats back to first base.
Good pitch there to get the out. Use the ballpark to your advantage.
We're getting a little taste of what it's going to be like in Omaha next week with a all natural infield and outfield. This is grass and dirt, not turf. Bigger ballpark in Omaha, probably plays bigger than here.
When you stepped away during Anthony Watts' pregame interview, and one of the questions I asked him, we were talking about him pitching last year in Ameritrade.
Because he played for Creighton, that's right.
Exactly. And so as we were talking, he just said, yeah, it was kind of great. You could give up a hard hit ball, and instead of being something really bad, it was just a fly out. Yeah. And that's kind of the advantage of playing in a park like this. And you don't need it with the banks, 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing in. It's just kind of the way the ballpark plays. And we saw that last year with some of those morning games Iowa played in the Big Ten tournament. That ball doesn't carry in the morning.
Right. Jeff LaCorey, the batter for the Panthers, that's outside, 1-1. 1 out in the inning. 2-1, FIU with the lead. They're batting in the 5th. I think in particular to this year, that'll play in Iowa's favor, especially with some of the relievers that throw a firm fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a chopper right side. Kopp charges, checks on the runner advancing to second, then goes to first base to get the out. Becerra advances. LaCorey is out at first base.
Well, and I flashed you. We were talking about this, and I sent you some of those statistics on Iowa pitching and the things. And last year the staff gave up 40 or 45 home runs. I don't remember what the exact number was, but they've given up 61 this year. And so that's really the main difference between the two staffs year over year is the damage allowed. And so it's not, we fixate on the free bases because they hurt and they led to a run in the first inning, but really what's hurt Iowa is the big damage after the free bases this year. It's not even the cheap single that scores one. It's there's the 3-run home run, and you saw that with Marcus in Champaign. A walk, a home run, a hit by pitch, a home run. So you're doubling your pain on both of those.
No balls and a strike on Ulloa, the right-handed hitter. It's a swing and a miss there, 0-2.
Ulloa doesn't seem to see the frisbee very well.
Right. It's been early. Struck out looking his last time up. Savary got him. He'll try to get him again here. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Aaron. Swing and a miss. He chased one in the opposite batter's box. Savary strikes him out again. And the leadoff walk, harmless. And we will head to the bottom of the 5th. 2-1, FIU with the lead. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers, or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game, or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Bottom of the 5th inning in Des Moines. Good part of the order coming to the plate for the Hawkeyes. Tello, Kopp, and Moore with Iowa trailing FIU 2-1 in the opener. Gorgeous night in the state capitol. Sun setting over to the left. Temperatures in the mid-60s, maybe low 70s right now. First pitch to Raider Tello. He was swinging for the fences. Comes up empty.
Ooh, I meant to check on Caitlin Clark's home debut. And
how's it going?
Nah, it did not go well.
For her or?
For the squad. I haven't gotten, it couldn't possibly have gone well for her with what the final score is.
Oh, so that bad, huh?
It's that bad. 102, the Liberty, 66 for the Fever.
Yikes. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tello. Breaking ball, outside edge, strike 2. Bishop has been pretty good for FIU. Well, I guess there's a reason why the Fever had the first pick, right?
Clark, 9 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists.
Lined into center field, right to Becerra. The first out.
I always hit a number of balls hard, just right at guys right now.
Falling into that lull a little bit. And that'll bring up Davis Kopp.
They cut the turnovers down substantially, but that's about the only positive I think I can find on that stat sheet.
Low for ball 1. That's one of those flush it and move on games, huh?
Might be a couple of those the way the season started off so far. It's an interesting thing though with the WNBA. What they play 2 preseason games, have like a week and a half of training camp, and then hey, let's go roll out and play your first game. And you're trying to piece a new team together. That's not the easiest thing to do.
2-0 to Kopp. High fly ball down the right field line. Right fielder Deering coming forward, and he will make the last second grab as the second baseman Engelhard was flying over there. 2 down for the Hawks in the 5th.
Flashed in front of him and made that really interesting.
And here comes Reese Moore. We'll see if Reese can have a better at bat right now. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, trying to figure out this FIU pitching.
As he gets the lefty-lefty matchup here, you can kind of understand what they're trying to do to you.
It's been all spin, all off speed to him. Swing and a miss, nothing in 1. I don't think Reese has seen a fastball today.
Not try to ever throw Reese a fastball.
0-1 off the end of the bat, blooped in between second and short. It's the shortstop Uloa who makes the grab. Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the 5th. We'll bring you the top of the 6th right after this. The Panthers with the 2-1 lead. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Today's game is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Aaron Savory trots back out for the 6th inning for Iowa. And he'll circle the mound and then climb to the rubber, with Iowa trailing FIU 2-1 as we get to the top of the 6th. Bottom half of the order, Engelhard, Deering, and Frett coming to the plate for the Panthers. There's strike one from Savary. He's really settled in, has done a nice job. 4 innings pitched for Aaron. 2 hits allowed, 1 run. He struck out 5, and he's walked 1. Here's a ground ball to first base. Davis Kopp gloves it. He'll go to the bag for out number 1. I really think Davis has improved at first base, his defense. He didn't come in as the first baseman for Iowa this year, but he's molded into a nice first baseman for the Hawks.
Yeah, with the catcher injuries, and then with him battling some things early in the year, they couldn't put him behind the plate, but certainly wanted his bat in the lineup, and he's done a nice job there at first, kind of figuring it out as he goes, and just kind of a natural, great attitude of, hey, give me the ball, give me a chance, I'll try.
Veteran for the Hawks, senior transfer from out in California, spent last year at Utah. Has done a nice job for the Hawks this year. Austin Deering is the batter for FIU. He takes a couple of pitches out of the zone, 2-0. That was pitch number 71 from Savary in this outing. From the windup, he kicks and fires the 2-0. I dropped in there for a strike, 2-1. Threw that at 75 miles an hour. Took something off.
Yeah, Aaron has kind of a range of frisbees, and that's that's one of those good ones there. Take a little bit more off of it. Ooh, just missed inside.
He's trying to clip that inner edge, isn't he? He's missed a couple of times there, but right around. I honestly been pretty impressed with FIU's discipline. They're just not going after the pitches on the edge. Savary walks Deering. Something that was talked about earlier, the Hawkeye pitchers thought maybe, okay, we can don't necessarily have to nibble, can go right at these guys, but Iowa still trying to hit the edges and not quite hitting what they'd like. 6 walks for Florida International. They've drawn 6, but they only have 2 hits. They lead it 2-1 in the top of the 6th inning. Savary from the stretch. This is Frett. Fastball downstairs for ball 1.
Well, to get guys to nibble or to get guys to chase off the plate, you generally have to establish the plate first. And so they've got to get in the zone early to make those hitters. You saw it in the top of the last inning with the hitter really expanding the strike zone.
Slider in there for a strike, 1-1.
But if you're down in the count, then there's no reason to expand at that point.
Frett is the team leader in home runs with 14. Buried in the order, though, at 8. 271 hitter for the Panthers. Check swing, he held up. 2 balls and a strike. Iowa has a couple of pitchers in the bullpen getting loose. Sam Hart actively throwing from the rubber. Gannon Archer is throwing for the Hawks, but he's halfway between the mound and the home plate over there down the line and left. The 2-1 is inside, ball 3. Aaron was in this position a little bit in the last inning with a walk, and he was able to get out of it. But a ground ball to help his cause here. Here's the pitch to Frett with a runner at first base. Ground ball right back to Aaron. He gloves it, knocked it down, and then underhand flipped to first for the second out.
You better be more specific in what you asked for there.
Too firm.
ground ball that takes Savary's glove off. I think the worst part of that was if he didn't make any contact with it, Gable Mitchell was going to start a 4-3 double play.
Had the shift on, didn't they?
But part of it was, I don't blame Aaron for making contact with it because it's self-preservation.
Yeah. 2 outs now, and Patelli coming to the plate. This is his third plate appearance, rather. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Savary kicks and fires just high to the left-handed hitter. Iowa will have Gable Mitchell, Michael Seegers, and Ben Wilmus coming to the plate in the bottom of the 6th when we get there. 2-1 FIU, top 6. 1-0 pitch from Savory. That's across for a strike. 1-1. The Hawkeye pitcher able to get back in the zone.
Bishop's at 39 pitches too, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a new pitcher there.
One just inside. Looked great from here, but in for a ball.
It's also about the check swing Raider Tello had earlier in the game.
Iowa coaches in the dugout. They got a good look at that with the left-handed hitter in the box. 2 balls and a strike. Savory checks the runner at second base. Here's the pitch. Ball 3 off the plate outside. Savory throws his hand on his hip a bit there. And then looks into the dugout, and Coach Heller gives him a fist pump of motivation. Stand in there, Aaron.
The argument is stop nibbling.
Yeah.
Get on the plate here.
3-1 is the count. The pitch from Savory. Fly ball to center. Nelson moves forward a couple of steps. He's under it, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. 1 left on for FIU. Bottom of the 6th coming up. It's 2-1 Panthers. Iowa coming to the plate. Mitchell, Seegers, and Wilmus when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Tickets are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini live in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HyVeeIndyCarWeekend.com.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Iowa trailing FIU 2-1. The Hawkeyes come to the plate with Mitchell, Seegers, and Wilmus. It'll be a new pitcher for the Panthers. He'll take to the mound. This is a left-handed senior, a redshirt senior from Wellington, Florida, Zach Lampton.
FIU kind of senses a chance to win a game here. Lampton, 19 appearances, 3-0 on the season with 2 saves, a 3.32 ERA, 43 in the 3rd innings, 31 hits, 22 runs, just 16 of those earned, 20 walks, 63 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .201. He has given up 7 home runs. I'm not sure that's a huge problem with the park today, but it's certainly there. Fastball is going to get in there in the upper 80s. And then he'll throw just a slider off that, but he's really just a fastball guy.
One of the pitchers that was highlighted to the Hawkeye hitters earlier today. Pay attention to this guy. Pretty good pitcher for FIU. Mitchell fouls it back. It's 1-1. The other things that we talked about, the Panthers, not a great fielding team. Iowa hasn't put a ton of pressure on him, especially with the short game.
Yeah, haven't seen anybody really try to bunt. Gable should be a candidate for that.
There he did offer, and he pulled it back actually, but it's a called strike, high and out. But in the zone, according to Wayne Harris behind the plate, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mitchell. The pitch to Gable, that's high and out, ball 2. Sarcastic strike 3 call from one of the fans down there. Pitch wasn't even close. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Gable, who was 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts.
Oof.
Took a fastball low and out for ball 3.
That was West was jogging in from third, ready to catch the coming around throw.
3-2 to Gable. Ground ball up the middle. It's off of the pitcher's foot and right to the shortstop. Oh, my goodness. He'll throw it over to first base to get Gable. Bad luck for Mitchell.
That's all. I'm not sure he could have kick saved that any better.
The inside of his foot.
Yeah,
his left foot. Oh, boy.
That's, again, we've talked all game long. You've got a team that fields 950, and boy, have they made that fastball up, and Michael chases it. They've made a couple of plays where, okay, that's not exactly what you expect out of a team fielding that.
That's right. The third baseman picking one off the grass. That little kick save right there. 1-1 on Michael Seegers, the veteran shortstop for Iowa. He was hit by a pitch in the second, struck out in the third. 1-1 pitch to Siegs, swing and a miss, 1-2.
And Ulloa is a guy that, 25 errors at shortstop, so catches a spinning ball off a foot and still grinds and throws it. Iowa ball comes down from the bullpen. Time called as a Sam Hart pitch got loose. And there have been a couple of them that have kind of got down toward Mitch Bowe. That one got all the way down around behind the plate, so must have been a Sam Hart fastball that got away from the bullpen catcher there.
Next pitch to Seegers is line foul over to the right. Michael's just a little bit late on this fastball from Lampton. In-house speed gun shows it mid-80s. That can't be right.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's getting it up to the upper 80s, but still, it's just a pitch you got to be timed on.
Fouled it back again.
Because again, there isn't anything else coming. It's going to be a fastball. But he's going to try to get it up on you and get you to chase.
Swing and a miss from Seegers. And he's down on strikes. Michael looked a little bit overmatched in that at bat. I'm a bit surprised by that. 2 outs for Ben Wilmus now. Hawks went down 1-2-3 in the 5th, in jeopardy of it happening again now in the 6th unless Ben can keep things alive. Iowa down 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning.
There must be something a little funky about it, because you don't throw 43 innings and strike out 63 guys with one pitch without having something happen to it.
Fastball high to Wilmus. Ben singled in his last at bat. One-0 pitch to Ben. He takes it for a strike on the inner half. Wilmus batting .250 for Iowa. Fouls that one off. Straight back, it's 1-2.
Yeah, that went right off Patelli's lid, but doesn't seem any worse for wear.
Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Lampton. That'll retire the side. Iowa's gone down in order in back-to-back innings. We'll go to the 7th. FIU coming to the plate. They lead it 2-1. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
About this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Today's game is presented by Iowa Department of Health and Human Services Immunization Program, reminding you to talk to your healthcare provider about vaccines and see which are right for you and your family. Vaccines, an easy home run.
Top of the 7th inning in Des Moines. Iowa trailing Florida International. It's 2-1, a low-scoring affair. The Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher. This is right-handed junior Sam Hart, a native of Highlands Ranch, Colorado.
0-1 on the season in 14 appearances. He's 12 2/3 innings, 17 hits, 14 runs, 13 earned, 12 walks, 13 strikeouts. But Sam was outstanding last weekend in Champaign, and he's kind of been building on it. You know, struggled a little, kind of getting up to the speed and handling the emotions and on all of the things. You know, the pregame interview I did with him a couple weeks ago, you know, we talked about how, you know, last year at junior college, I think he said it was, I think I gave up 3 earned runs all year. And so, you know, just to get hit around and to struggle a little, it was a different experience for him. And so he's kind of had to learn and adjust, and he's kind of getting his feet under him now.
Right. Hadn't seen him for a little while, but his last outing was very strong. He's earned some more time now for the Hawkeyes. Facing the top of the order, Brylan West. A couple of pitches out of the zone from Hart to start. 2-1 FIU. They're batting in the top of the 7th. Hart from the stretch. The right-hander kicks and fires. High and in, ball 3. Hasn't found the strike zone yet.
So of course, I said nice things about him.
Put it on a tee, John. Can find the zone here. 3-0. There it is. Strike 1.
Couple of good games around the Big Ten. Nebraska leads Michigan State 2-1, headed to the bottom of the 8th inning. Michigan State has 6 outs to try to come back.
3-1 from Hart, fouled back.
Illinois 5-4, top of the 7th over Purdue. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the top of the 7th for Illinois, though, as they try to add to that lead.
Hart's battled back to run the count full, see if he can come all the way back here. The pause, the 3-2. High and out, ball 4. Walked West a couple of times now today.
This could be kind of the sacrifice position again. 2-1 game here. Getting late in the game now, top of the 7th inning.
It is. Need to see a spark from the Iowa bats. A little bit concerning here late. Here's Becerra. Fouls off the first pitch. That thing
looked like it almost hit him.
Yes, there's a magnet coming in on Becerra's hands. Nicked it foul.
We were talking during the break. Iowa got about the best outing you could have expected out of Aaron Savory. 5 innings, 2 hits, a run, walked a couple, struck out 5. Did hit a batter, but 84 pitches out of Aaron. So good to see him there.
Take note of that going into next week.
Yeah, that'll be important. Just 47 strikes, though. That's the number you need to see higher.
1-1 from Hart is outside. It's 2-1 to the left-handed hitting Armando Becerra. 0 for 2 today with a walk.
I think that's the concerning stat right now for Iowa pitching.
A line drive foul over to the left, rattles around a couple of bars and then drops down below.
53% strikes for Iowa pitching, 66 for the Panthers.
Wow.
So
I know I brought that stat up early, in the second inning, but it's hovered around 50 all game for Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa's never really been able to kind of put the hammer down and take command of the strike zone.
2-2 from Hart. This is lined into center field. Nelson moving back a couple of steps. Andy's got it for the first out of the inning. That hung up in the night sky.
Becerra's hit a couple balls hard, but hitting it to center field is not going to improve your batting average any in this ballpark tonight.
That's right. Really liked what I saw from Hart there. He stayed outside. I know that Becerra got the barrel on that, but he stayed low and out and did a nice job to retire him. And now Guida comes up. Good hitter for the Panthers. Runner at first and 1 out. First pitch strike from Sam. You like to see that.
Like we've talked about earlier in the broadcast, just work from ahead. You know, it's so much easier. These guys will be much freer swingers if you can get ahead in the count.
0-1 just off the plate. Maybe a touch low, 1-1.
I mean, practically any, you can say that about any lineup, but it certainly applies here when you start looking at the strikeout numbers.
One, dropped low and out, ball 2. If you look at the stats and you saw that Iowa has struck out more than FIU today, that'd be a little bit surprising on both ends. Maybe that the Hawks don't have more strikeouts defensively, but also that Iowa's racked up a few offensively. Just outside, ball 3.
Yeah,
I don't know which one is more of a surprise, I guess.
Yeah, every Iowa hitter, all 8 that have struck out, went down swinging. FIU has a couple looking as well. Sam's fallen behind 3-1 here.
Runner at first and 1 out. The pitch from Hart. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Ooh. Good thing they sent it down because nobody else was going to call it.
First base umpire is very liberal on the check swing thing.
Yeah. I think that's what, 2 or 3 tonight.
But I mean, consistency, just call it and do it.
3 from Hart.
Oh.
Called a ball inside.
Wow.
Ball 4 and Guida walks.
John Bonenkamp says if you're going to boo, boo.
I think the fans let that one rip, huh? All right, 2 on for FIU in the 7th, and LaCorey will come up. They lead it 2-1. Time is called. Here comes Coach Heller. He makes the changes for the Hawks. Looks like that might be it for Sam Hart. There's been one time this year where Coach has come out of the dugout and not made a change.
In Columbus. Yeah. I don't think this is the next time for that.
Jack Young is making his way down the left field line from the bullpen. Sam Hart will call it a night. 2-1 FIU with the lead in the top of the 7th. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers. Or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game. Or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Jack Young is the new Iowa pitcher, the right-handed senior from LeClaire. He enters with runners at first and second and 1 out in the top of the 7th. FIU leads it 2-1.
The Hawkeye appearance leader by a mile with 26. He's 2-0 with 4 saves, 2.86 ERA, 28 in the 3rd innings, 22 hits, 13 runs, just 9 earned, 9 walks, 41 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .204 against Jack. Like you mentioned, he's one of those guys that might benefit from a little bit better or bigger ballpark. Gives up a couple fly balls every now and again, so nice to turn those maybe into just loud outs into a gap somewhere.
And he'll face LaCorey first, who has struck out today, and I think he struggled with that low inside pitch. If Jack can fire that frisbee in there.
Bury one inside.
And then Ulloa would be next. And the Hawkeye pitching staff has done well against him tonight. But first and second, one out. You wonder if the bunt might be on for FIU. Be interesting to see. Hold on. Tello beyond the bag at third, so he's not necessarily expecting it.
Yeah, with one out, probably not.
First pitch from Jack. That's low.
Sam Bosler sent us the attendance number 4234 here in Principal Park tonight.
Good start. 1 ball, no strikes on LaCorey. Left-handed hitter. Pitch from Jack. That's in there for a strike, 1-1.
Had to pause there. I wasn't sure.
That was the first delayed strike call we've seen tonight. Young takes a deep breath. Here comes the 1-1. Grounded right side foul. Davis Kopp gloves it. The right side of the line and then tosses it over the netting to a few rows back to a lucky fan. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, you've got to work here because with the AAA ballpark, you've got netting all the way down past the home plates in the bullpen, so it goes down there quite a ways.
Jack in the driver's seat. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He comes set from the belt. Young delivers. Another foul ball over to the right side. Been all off speed from Young to LaCorey, trying to miss the bat and get a strikeout. Jack operating from the first base side of the rubber. From the stretch, he's ready. Checks the runner at second. The pitch is a fastball outside, 2-2.
It's like you almost set that one up.
First fastball from Jack. Now he can go anywhere, right? 2-2. Ground ball right side. Mitchell gloves it. Flips to second for 1. Over to first. Double play. How about that for the Hawks?
4-6-3, just what the doctor ordered to get the Hawks to the 7th inning.
2-1. FIU with the lead. Time to stretch things out.
Hey, Hawk fans, it's time for the Blue Bunny 7th inning stretch. You know what to do. Get up, stretch those legs, and go enjoy the best 7th inning stretch tradition of all, Blue Bunny ice cream. Blue Bunny is a proud sponsor of the Hawkeyes and the 7th inning stretch. And this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The big game. Family. Friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need, whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
So do I need vaccinations?
If I don't get vaccinated, how sick can I get?
Can I get multiple vaccines at once?
What's done to make sure vaccines are safe?
It's important to address your concerns about vaccines. Just make sure to get answers from people you can trust. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider about vaccinations because they know you and they'll always put your health first. A message from the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for your chance to win exclusive NASCAR prizes. See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
All stretched out at Principal Park in Des Moines. Crowd is re-energized. Those wearing the black and gold this evening and hopefully fuel the Hawks to a comeback victory. Down 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th. And it'll be Will Moeffler, Cade Moss, and Andy Nelson up for the Hawks.
How do you not get fired up after a Greg Bentler take me out to the ball game 7th inning stretch?
That's the way to do it. Strike 1 to Will Moeffler. Gains some groans from the fans. Moeffler fouls off the next pitch. 0-2. A Let's Go Hawks chant trying to break out. Iowa fans have been capped this evening. Haven't been able to explode yet. Trailing 2-1 in the 7th. 0-2 to Moeffler. That's high now. Trying a new tactic up in the booth here, John. Trying to change our fortune.
Swap positions.
Yep. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitcher, the lefty, deals outside for a ball.
Certainly hit his spot there.
Lampton's been pretty good for FIU, just off the plate away. See if Will can find a way on. He does have a base hit today. He's 1 for 2. Outside again. That's ball 3. Any way on here, Will?
We've seen a couple guys this year that really throw exclusive fastballs, but this has been pretty impressive.
Here's the pitch to Will. Blooped down the right field line. That'll find the seats. Foul. Bring Will back into the box.
Just like an extended inning offensively would be great.
Right. Iowa's been set down 9 in a row now. Moelfler fouls it off again. Lampton from the windup, pitches to Moelfler. Ground ball that is caught by the shortstop, and he throws it over to first. Bounced to him, and Moelfler is out at first base. That's the guy that's got 25 errors for FIU, and he just made that play? Man.
Makes a diving play, short hops it, gets up. So if you want to go full Iowa message board conspiracy theory, this is the opponent shooting 72% from 3-point range.
That's right. Here's Cade Moss. Moss takes a fastball high and out.
When you can't catch a break, and the guy that's 12% from the 3-point line goes off for 21 points and 7 threes on you.
Ground ball to second. This is gloved on the run and thrown over to first base. 2 down.
So who's going to start it and break the trend for Iowa? I mean, that's the at-bats have just been okay at best here on a guy throwing fastballs, and even before him, the at-bats weren't that great right now. So
yeah, we're in the bottom of the 7th. It's 2-1 FIU with 2 outs. Go to the top of the order for Andy Nelson. Haven't had a hit since the 4th. Kind of been a theme for Iowa the past few weeks. Boy, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th innings have been a struggle. Nelson takes inside for ball 1. It's a 1-run game. It almost feels like Iowa's down by a little bit more than that. 1-0 to Nelson. There's a strikeout or edge, 1-1.
Well, we talked about this Sunday in Champaign. Iowa was down 5-3, but the mountain felt really big because it just didn't feel like Iowa had any offensive momentum.
Outside ball 2. Lampton working quickly.
And what are we? 11 straight Hawks have gone down. So, I mean, certainly not any offensive momentum behind that. So who changes that? Who's willing to maybe bunt for a hit? Andy Nelson can do it.
2-1. Andy took a strike at the knees instead. 2-2.
But he's also a guy that down 1, he can hit a home run and tie the game.
That's
so
right. Lampton, the lefty, out of the windup. Here's the pitch. Fouled back to the netting. We'll do it again at 2-2. Middle of the order for the Panthers coming to the plate. Yaloa, Engelhard, and Deering. They lead at 2-1. In the bottom of the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base is empty for Andy Nelson. Lampton taking his time now. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Hawkeyes go down 1-2-3 for the 3rd straight inning. And we'll go to the 8th. Iowa down 2-1. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion. Like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City community for 57 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Top of the 8th inning at Principal Park in Des Moines. Florida International up on Iowa 2-1. And they'll come to the plate with Ulloa, Engelhard, and Deering. Jack Young will continue to pitch for the Hawks.
Michigan State coming to the plate, bottom of the 9th inning, down 2-1 to Nebraska. Don't have to win to keep their Big Ten tournament hopes alive, but in a much better position with a win.
Strike one from Jack Young to Ulloa. Good start.
More in control of their own destiny with a win. But
pitcher's duel in East Lansing as well, huh? No balls in a strike. Young comes set. Here's the pitch. Uh-oh, this is hit well to left. Mulfler going back. He's at the track, and Will made the catch right in front of the wall for the first out. Looked good off the bat for Florida International.
Ball does not go far at night here without the wind blowing, and no real wind. We're starting to get the Capitol lit up, which, you know, we talked last year, the UIC view we had. I mean, obviously the game was terrible.
It was objectively not good.
but the view itself was pretty darn good with downtown Chicago. But, you know, being a small town Iowa guy, that's a pretty good view right there.
That's right. Capitol lit up, all gold out there. Strike one from Jack Young. You know, Des Moines has the river that runs here, and all these bridges along the way, pedestrian bridges, you know, vehicle bridges that are all lit up in different colors. That's really cool too. 0-1 pitch. It's just off the plate outside from the left-handed hitting. This is actually a pinch hitter now for Florida International. Roylan Quevedo, sophomore, left-handed hitter, a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Yeah, this game just sort of means more to some of us, John, whether you're a player or a broadcaster up here like us, small town Iowa, you know, the Des Moines folks.
Well, I grew up, I mean, you're an Eastern Iowa guy. Oh, jeez, where did that miss?
Just outside, I suppose, 2-2.
You know, you're kind of a Northeast Iowa guy, so you're home when we're home normally, but yeah. I grew up in Knoxville, so small town, not too far from here, so this is closer to where I grew up.
Young gets the strikeout as Quevedo is punched out. A nice breaking ball from Jack, 2 down.
And sure, that was 137 years ago, but still. horse and buggy ride from Knoxville to Highway 14 and 5 and all of those to get over here.
And you think about some of the Iowa players on this team that, you know, have played here when it comes to the state tournament, right? Johnston with Cade and guys like Wilmus. There's a swing and a miss from Deering.
Yeah, Cade, Wilmus. You've got Reese and Gannon that would have probably been here with Van Meter.
Yeah.
And Van Meter baseball just refused to lose.
Right. 0-1 from Jack is outside. It's 1-1. Brody obviously pitched here.
We talk about how hard it is to win games. And I know high school's a little bit different animal, but what Van Meter was able to rip off with how many games they won in a row. Holy cow.
1-1 from Jack. Maybe low, maybe out. Ball 2.
No real argument from Iowa. So again, that's our disadvantage of vantage point here.
Young set with the 2-1. Here it is. This is laced foul out of the stadium over to the left. 2-2 now. The Hawks will have Tello, Kopp, and Moore coming to the plate in the bottom of the 8th. FIU leads it 2-1 right now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jack comes set. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 3. Crowd has stuck around for the most part here tonight Just waiting for some late inning magic from Iowa.
They keep trying. You hear the crowd trying to chant every now and again to find some energy and boost it up.
3-2, swing and a miss. Young with back-to-back strikeouts. He ends the top of the 8th. We'll see if the bats can come alive late in Des Moines. 2-1, FIU leads it. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers, or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game, or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
Iowa trails Florida International 2-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Principal Park, the home of the I-Cubs here in Des Moines. The Hawkeyes have the best part of their order coming up right now. Raider, Tello, Davis, Kopp, and Reese Moore, with Iowa down by 1. First pitch to Raider. Swing and a miss. Lampton threw it by him. He's fired 2 innings. He has 3 strikeouts. Hawkeyes have been set down 12 times in a row now. Tello takes away for a ball, 1-1.
Mistrack, man. I want to see some of these pitches because, boy, they look really good.
1-1 to Raider. Swing and a miss.
That's just another fastball. I mean, he's varying speeds on it a little bit. He's 86 to 89, but it's the same pitch over and over.
1-2. Fouled off the end of the bat in the air over to the right. Raider stays alive. Raider doubled his first time up. You thought the Hawks were in business offensively. They've been stuck on 5 hits since the 4th inning. We're in the bottom of the 8th now. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tello. Here's the pitch. Raider fouled this one off again.
To be fair, FIU's been stuck on 2 since the 2nd inning.
Right. That's the other side of the coin, isn't it? 2-1, FIU with the lead. Iowa trying a late rally. See if he can apply some pressure. Here's the 1-2. Raider hits it on the ground right to the first baseman. One hopper is fielded by LaCory. He'll jog over to the bag, and Raider is out 3 unassisted.
And we've talked numerous times through the year that Iowa and comebacks haven't been synonymous this year, as Iowa 1 for 16 when trailing, 1 and 16 when trailing after 7 innings. So going to need to do something unusual here, as they're 0 and 16 when trailing after 8. So
here's Davis Kopp. Davis takes ball 1.
So you've got 1 trailing after 7. If you get to trailing after 8, then the number's not in your favor at all.
There's a strike, 1-1 on Kopp. Kopp's a little bit frustrated in the box right now. The umpire isn't really holding up play and allowing Davis to get back in the box. We've noted the eye contact that the batter has to make as Kopp unleashes some frustration and hits a line drive into center field for a base hit. Iowa's first hit since the 4th.
I mean, that's effectively how you solve the problem. Get out of the box and get on first base. Now Reese Moore is going to be pinch hit for.
Connor Hennings is making his way to the right-handed batter's box. The right-handed junior from Morgan Hill, California. He'll bat for the Hawkeyes in the 8th. Wasn't Reese's day offensively. Reese struggled just a bit tonight.
Well, this would have been an interesting matchup because we just talked about how Reese is a fastball guy, but it's the lefty-lefty matchup, and so you want to get him out of there for that.
Coach Sutherland's going to come out with Coach Heller, and I will use their timeout here and bring everybody in and see what strategy works best to try to tie this one up.
Fun, do you trust Connor to do some sort of hit-and-run action? You're probably not going to bunt him necessarily, but he's just making sure everybody's on the right page, probably telling Connor, you know, hey, here's what you're going to look for. Davis, here's your cues at first base. Coach Sutherland going to go.
Looks like going to have a runner for Davis Kopp. That's the first order of business. I assume it's going to be Ben Swales, maybe Kellen Strohmeyer.
Or Kyle Huckstorf.
Who's on the board and able to run for the Hawks. And it will be Huckstorf that'll run in this position for Iowa now.
And so that will make Davis Kopp and Kyle Huckstorf will switch positions, as Kyle Huckstorf will become the base runner and Davis Kopp will become the first base coach.
There you go.
So that's an interesting substitution plan that you do not see every day. Davis has to put on his black BP top to cover up the jersey as he becomes the coach. And now you start talking about, now it's a little bit different than Davis Kopp on first. Now you've got an opportunity to run with Kyle.
What's the move like for this pitcher for Florida International, Zach Lampton, on the mound for the Panthers?
Lampton's not quick to the plate, but again, he's left-handed, so you've got to read it exceptionally well.
On a pitch in the dirt or something like that, John.
FIU and their 66% strikes haven't thrown a lot of pitches in the dirt.
Huckstorf, the runner at first base. Hennings is the batter, the pinch hitter for Iowa. In the 8th, he takes ball 1 below the knees.
Nebraska did finish off Michigan State 2-1. So Nebraska keeping pace. If that's his move, Huck doesn't have to worry about it.
Just a lazy step and throw. How about Illinois and Purdue, John?
5-4 still.
All right. 1-0 pitch to Hennings. That's outside, ball 2. How close are you to issuing a red light for Connor here?
Oh, it's well, 2-0. Wow, you know you're going to get a fastball. Pick a spot, drive it somewhere.
All right. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch to Connor. Low outside corner, 2-1. That was not the spot, so a good take.
Right, that's a great take, because as you can hear from the crowd, they're not entirely sure it was a strike.
Oh, and the throw gets away as a weak pickoff move to first. Goes all the way down the right field line. Huckstorf around second. He'll go to third. And there's the opportunity for the Hawks. A big-time mistake by Florida International. They tried to get tricky on a pickoff move to first.
It was a great move. That's the worst part of it for FIU. It was a great move. He caught the first baseman by surprise. As you watch this throw, steps off, fires it over.
Off balance a little bit, though, and I think he hurt himself, or at least made a poor throw because of it. I think it caught everybody by surprise here. I was taking a look down at my book, and then all of a sudden, chaos on the base paths. The tying run for the Hawks is 90 feet away. It's Kyle Huckstorf over there at third. Connor Hennings in the box. 2 balls and a strike. Lampton, the left-handed pitcher, deals. Connor fouled it back. Over to the right, 2-2 now.
I'm a little surprised that FIU doesn't bring their infield in.
Now they will. And I think that could have been a miscommunication on the pitch before. Big spot here for Hennings. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He chased a high heater out of the zone for the second out.
Iowa batters, 10 strikeouts, all swinging.
That one hurt.
And we will have a pitching change, I would guess.
Time called and a slow walk to the mound for Florida International. The pitcher will be Gable, or the batter rather will be Gable Mitchell, and a new pitcher is coming in for FIU. Huckstorf at third base with 2 outs for the Hawks. In the bottom of the 8th, FIU leads it 2-1. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back right after this on Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Does your company attire make you feel like you're always fourth and long? It's time for a change. Hand the ball off to Authentic Brand and watch your team transform into MVPs. On game days, our team dresses like champions in Authentic Brand. Ensure that your company's reputation remains untarnished by using nothing but the label specifically designed to display your company's identity. Ask your supplier for Authentic Brand products and see for yourself why it's more than just a label. It's a statement.
Tickets are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini live in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HyVeeIndyCarWeekend.com.
New pitcher into the game for FIU in the bottom of the 8th is Ryan Kabarkis, left-handed senior from Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Kabarkis is an action guy. 17 appearances with 3 starts. He's 5-5 with 5 saves. 4.89 ERA, 42 1/3 innings, 45 hits, 28 runs, just 23 earned. Only 16 walks to go with 56 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .265. Fastball is going to be right around 90, and then he'll throw an array of pitches after that. And they're just going to need to find a way here.
Something with 2 outs, John. Tying run at third base after a major mistake. An error on Florida International on a pickoff move to first that allowed Huck to get from first to third. But a big strikeout. And now 2 outs and a runner at third.
If West is even with the bag or behind it, Gable Mitchell needs to lay down a bunt.
That's your call, huh?
That's my call.
Okay. Mitchell will go from the right side.
And, of course, West rolls in front of. Now he's trying to figure out. Nope, he's backing up. Gable Mitchell needs to bunt the baseball.
Gable in the box. We'll see what he does. Bottom of the 8th. High-pressure situation in this game. It's a great game so far. FIU leads it 2-1. First pitch to Gable. Outside, ball 1. Huckstorf, the tying run at third base for Iowa. Kabarkis, the left-hander, on the rubber. Has the sign from the belt. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Mitchell. High, ball 2. Fans are energized, cheering for the Hawks. 2-0 pitch to Gable. Here it comes. Inside, ball 3. Kabarkis has missed outside, high, and inside.
I don't know why you make the change. Lambden had been so good. It's not like Iowa had been knocking him around everywhere unless he was overly frustrated with the error.
3-0, inside. Ooh, called a strike, 3-1.
I'd still love to see a bunt right here. I think he's going to come in with a strike. You just lay down the bunt. Beat this thing out.
The pitch to Gable. Grounded foul, left side, 3-2. This is where Gable's tough. Full count. Needs to win the 3-2. Tying run at third. Bottom of the 8th inning. Kabarkis comes set. Here's the pitch to Gable. Swinging bunt, foul to the third base side. We'll do it again.
He's going to beat that out. But, but Huck's not going to score on that because he's going to run right into an out.
Find some green grass, Gable. Mitchell back in the box. Kabarkis has the sign. The payoff pitch to Mitchell. Swing and a miss. Threw the fastball right by him. Gable was late on it. And we'll go to the ninth. Iowa trails 2-1. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Today's game is brought to you in part by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville.
Top of the ninth at Principal Park in Des Moines. 2-1 FIU. They've got the lead, and they are coming to the plate with Fred, Patelli, and West. Jack Young continues to pitch for Iowa. Blake Guerin is the new Hawkeye first baseman.
Connor Hennings will be your new DH. Not that that matters a ton at this point, but there's the great view of the Capitol.
Lights taking full effect. We've reached nightfall in Des Moines. We'll be back here tomorrow, 6:35 first pitch. Coming out to the ballpark. Get your weekend started off on the right foot by taking in some Iowa Hawkeye baseball. We'll have the radio coverage beginning at 6 o'clock on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Jack Young deals strike number one to a pinch hitter for FIU.
Candelas.
Hector Candelas. Left-handed hitter, fouled it back, left side of the screen, 0-2.
Both teams are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position and 0 for 15 combined with 2 outs in the game.
Wow. 0-2, Young in the driver's seat on Candelas. Here's the pitch. Dropped it low, ball one. The clutch hit has eluded the Hawkeyes tonight.
It's eluded both teams.
1-2. Young is ready. Here's the pitch. Foul tip, and it's deflected off of Cade's catching equipment. Candelas stays alive.
Iowa, though, has walked 8 Panther batters and struck out 8, where Iowa has only walked once and struck out 11 times.
1-2. Here's the pitch from Jack. Fastball out. 2 balls and 2 strikes to lead off the 9th inning. Candelas is a .304 hitter. 17 hits and 56 at bats. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Young sets him down.
17 strikeouts in those same number of at-bats as well. Now, what do you suppose the pinch hitter's telling the guy that's been in the game the whole time
about Jack?
Now, I suppose it is Patelli's first plate appearance against Jack, but...
One out, and the bottom of the order for the Panthers coming up. Young ready, and from the belt delivers. Slider out.
Kirby Puckett jersey there in the front row.
How about that? Vintage, huh?
That is vintage for sure.
1-0 pitch from Jack. This is lined into right field. Wilmus coming forward. He makes the catch for the second out. Boy, that was a sinking liner out there to Ben. He was able to track it well to grab it.
Yeah, that's a much easier play right now than it was 2 hours ago, with that, as he would have had to battle the sun a little bit. But still, the line drives right at you are difficult to judge, but Ben got a good jump. Was able to run it down, and Jack will have to retire the top of the order to give the Hawkeye bats a chance.
2-1, top of the ninth. It will be Seegers, Wilmus, and Mulfler coming to the plate for Iowa in the bottom half of the ninth, down by 1. Strike 1 from Jack on Brylan West. 1 for 2 today. He has walked twice.
Hawks have had a hard time getting him out.
0-1 from Young. Outside corner, strike 2. Couple of nice fastballs from Jack.
And now spinning. Although he's been great with kind of fighting balls off and just kind of flipping the bat at it a little bit.
0-2. Slider outside. Release point for Jack, 1-2. Be interested to see Iowa's approach in the ninth.
See if he goes back to the fastball here to try to get to the ninth.
Hit in the air down the right field line. It'll spin foul. You're going to have 2 speedy guys for Iowa, but Seegers and Wilmus combined have struck out 4 times tonight.
You see maybe Seegers put a bunt down, maybe?
Yeah, something. Put some pressure. Make Florida International make a play. 1-2. This is fisted foul above the FIU dugout to the right.
It's one of those guys who struck out 45 times, and he just keeps finding ways to make contact with some pretty good pitches. I think now you want to bury something here. Maybe throw the changeup and get him to swing over the top of it.
Jack comes set. Here's the 1-2. Thought about it. Just missed out. 2-2. Good pitch from Jack, but too far out there.
Yeah, Brylan does a good job. He gets started, but then he's been able to hold up.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Jack. Line foul, right side. This guy battles tonight.
I'd have to do the math, but I feel like he's probably seen more pitches than anybody has seen. I know this is his 5th plate appearance, so that helps him in that regard. But
2-2 from Young, low and out, ball 3. And just like that, he's worked a full count now.
I mean, again, Jack's got to try to find a way to get one to miss the bat or get him to keep it fair. He's not even really, some of those pitches, he's not even really trying to hit fair, just trying to pluck them around.
3-2 is lined right to Michael Seegers at short. He makes the catch for the 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for Iowa. We'll see if the Hawks have some 9th inning magic in them. Down 2-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Whether you're building a backyard fence for your family's new best friend or firing up the excavator for your next commercial project, a free and simple call can save you from expensive fines and even save your life. Call 811 at least 2 days before you start your next project to have underground utility lines located and marked. At Mid-American Energy, your safety is our #1 priority. So, make it your priority to call 811 before you dig. Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the 9th inning in Des Moines. Iowa trails 2-1. It's time to put on your rally caps. Maybe change what seat you're sitting in. Stand up. Whatever lucky mechanism you have, pull it out and see if the Hawks can come back in the 9th, down 2-1.
Unless you're rooting for the Panthers, and then I'd keep everything exactly the same as you've been the last, coming on 3 hours here at this point.
Michael Seegers will lead it off for Iowa. Just made a nice defensive play to send us to the bottom of the ninth. Third baseman West is even with the bag. First pitch to Michael is across for a high strike. Kabarkis will pitch for the Panthers. He got the last out.
Actually, I think that's a different third baseman. He looks smaller.
Okay, we'll get a check on that. 0-1 bounced in front of the plate. Third baseman is now Andre Martinez. Good pickup, John. West is over here at first base. He's playing at first base now.
Martinez has 6 errors in limited time as well, fielding .939. So I'm still not afraid to bunt it down the third base line.
Michael takes a breaking ball, low and in. Ball 2. Two to 1 FIU in the ninth. Here's the 2-1 to Michael. Low outside corner, strike 2. Michael's 0 for 2 today, was hit by a pitch, has a couple of strikeouts. Trying to get on for Iowa in the ninth. The 2-2 delivery. Fouled off. Michael stays alive.
That is a really nice job from Michael to understand the scouting report of his go-to out pitch is that loopy curveball. Michael saw it, stayed with it, fouled it off.
Kabarkis, the left-hander, is ready. Here's the pitch to Seegers. Line drive, right field line, foul. And out of play. Good with 2 here, Michael. Back in the box. Kabarkis has his sign from the windup. The 2-2 pitch to Seegers. Ground ball right side. Second baseman giving chase. He slides. He stops it. He throws to first to get Seegers. Holy cow. One out for Iowa in the bottom of the ninth. That brings up Ben Wilmus. Hawks down by 1. Have been trailing 2-1 since the third. Ben takes strike 1.
Is there a Hawkeye hero in the batter's box here at some point?
0-1 is the count. Wilmus takes outside. 1-1.
Illinois did maintain their lead in the conference by beating Purdue 5-4.
Wow. Wilmus thought about swinging at the 1-1 pitch. Instead, took it down Broadway for a strike. 1-2.
I tried the tiebreaker math with you earlier, and I think about the best Iowa can do is 5th.
Wilmus laces this foul down the right field line. 1-2.
With the way the results have gone, I think it's 5th or 6th at this point.
Okay.
So I think they can move up a spot, or they can stay where they are.
Then back in the box. 1 ball, 2 strikes on him. Bases empty and 1 out in the ninth. Iowa down by 1. Wilmus lays off a pitch in the dirt. Ben singled in the 4th. He sandwiched that single with a couple of strikeouts. 2 balls, 2 strikes. See if Iowa can put some pressure on FIU in the ninth. Here's the pitch to Ben. High fly ball, right field line. That one will go foul. A few seats back.
Iowa's hit a few balls hard, but really even in the later innings, haven't put any real scares into balls either. FIU pitching has been on the edges, and where FIU hitters haven't expanded the edges.
Swing and a miss. Wilmus strikes out.
Iowa hitters have. You see that right there as that changeup's in the dirt.
Iowa down to their last out. Aside from a single in the 8th inning, the Hawks have not had a base runner since the 4th. First pitch to Moeffler. That's a low and in strike. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, 1 to Will. Grounded foul over to the left. 0-2 now. Iowa down to their last strike. Trailing FIU 2-1 in the ninth. Kabarkis on the rubber. Here's the 0-2 to Moeffler. Downstairs. 1-2.
I've just been impressed with the way that the Panthers have really limited free bases, a walk and a hit batter, and those were both Rundy.
1-2. Moeffler hits it into the right center field gap. Down for a base hit. Moeffler keeps the Hawkeye hope alive with a 2-out single. Time called. Cade Moss is making his way to the box, thinking a pinch runner for Moeffler.
Yeah, we'll get Ben Swales to pinch run.
Swales will run for Moeffler. A 2-out base hit for Will. Keeps things alive for Iowa. Down by 1 in the bottom of the ninth. Captain Cade Moss comes to the plate. Cade's 0 for 3 today with a few groundouts. Holds the bat right in front of his face, takes a deep breath as he stares into the neon green bat. Swales the runner at first. Cade takes low and in, ball 1. Just find a way on here, Cade.
Give Andy Nelson a swing is all you want. I mean, if he doubles into Cade's corner, that's fantastic, but
1-0 to Moss. Up and in, ball 2. The fans are sensing some pressure here.
FIU pitching, the relievers haven't allowed a free base yet.
Wow. 2 balls, no strikes on Moss. Swales the runner at first with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Cade takes inside corner, 2-1.
Iowa pitchers up to 55% strikes, but Panthers still sitting at 66.
Impressive. The 2-1. Cade bunts it left side. It drops in front of the third baseman. Late throw, no throw. Cade Moss. How about that? He beat it out. Are you serious? Whoa.
The funny thing was, I was joking with him before the game about that exact thing when we saw what the defense was like. And you see right there, it didn't have to be a great bunt. It just needed to get on the ground. He kind of popped it up, but it finds a hole, settles on, especially with a left-handed pitcher. He's fallen off the mound. He's not going to be able to come throw quickly. And you've got the top of the order in Andy Nelson with a chance.
Tying run is at second base with 2 outs. It's the speedy Ben Swales. He'd be going on contact with 2 outs.
Outfield is deep because they're going to try to prevent Cade from scoring.
Strike 1 to Nelson on the inner third. 2-1 FIU, bottom 9. No balls and a strike on Nelson. Kabarkis kicks and fires. Andy takes downstairs, ball 1. Two outs in the inning. Hawkeyes applying some pressure here, bottom 9. 1 ball, 1 strike. The delivery to Nelson. Strike 2. Good breaking ball. He took it for a strike.
These 2 hits were the first 2-out hits of the game. Iowa needs a third if we're going to play any more baseball tonight.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Nelson. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. And a good stop by the catcher, Pitelli. 2-2 now.
Good base running by Moss there, too, to not run over Swales, not seeing what was happening, saw the whole play in front of him.
2-2 is the count. Nelson back in the box. Kabarkis back on the rubber for FIU. Checks on Swales at second base. Here's the 2-2 to Nelson. Check swing. Did he go? He did not. Full count.
Based on the track record of that first base umpire, I'm not sure I want to test that theory, but
all had to hold our breath for a half a second. Now the fans rise to their feet. The runners will be going on the pitch. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Nelson calmly, coolly gets back in the box. Kabarkis on the rubber. He comes set. Here's the 3-2 to Nelson. Ground ball left side, the spinner down the line, it is fair, and it'll stop right on the line. Nelson beat it out, and the bases are loaded for Raider Tello. What in the world?
Iowa has 2 hits this inning that have gone a sum total of 100 feet, and then factor in Will Muffler's line drive single. But Cade Moss and Andy Nelson.
Kabarkis took a nasty spill on his plant foot coming off the mound. Florida International is questioning whether or not Nelson fouled that off his foot.
I thought it hit Andy, but you know, of course, we have no view from up here whether it did or not. You'd think the 4 umpires would be able to tell. Andy didn't flinch at all.
He just got out of the box.
Yeah, he took off. He went just beat feet running down the line. And now you take away, you saw what a couple of those last pitches did as he tried to bury him in the dirt. You're going to take that arsenal away from him now, as he's not going to be able to bury that curveball in the dirt. Raider Tello is going to get something a little more elevated to hit.
Kabarkis is going to have to throw a couple of warm-up pitches. Florida International frantically sending a couple of bullpen arms down the right field line to try to get loose. He's got something wrong with his ankle as he planted his foot. And the training staff looking at him now. Looks like a left leg he's trying to stretch out there.
Well, and that's his push leg.
Yeah, so not the plant foot. I was wrong. He'll throw a couple of warm-up pitches here. Bases are loaded for Raider Tello. 2 outs. The tying run is 90 feet away.
The go-ahead run is 180 feet away.
Swales the runner at third, Moss at second, Nelson now at first. Seegers grounded out to start, Wilmus struck out, and now 3 straight singles have loaded the bases for the black and gold in the bottom of the 9th.
Andy Nelson means nothing at first, so unless he can somehow trade places with Cade Moss and add the speed to second, there's no, there's no, Andy just needs to not get forced out at second.
Late inning magic possible at Principal.
Banks West.
Oh, man. They're letting Kabarkis throw as many as he needs here to feel comfortable.
You don't think a competitor's coming out of a game. Unless he falls down and needs it amputated, I don't think he's coming out. As long as he can convince the trainers that he's okay. I don't think Raider Tello's going to bunt to continue this trend.
No. Raider Tello gets a loud applause, a raucous cheer as he makes his way to the box.
Why are we having another mound visit? I guess the last one, they probably made sure that there was no conversation. It was all about the injury. So now we get everybody on the same page. Iowa had their timeout.
Bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. The tying run is at third. The winning run is at second for the Hawkeyes, down 2-1 in the 9th.
So the FIU outfield is still really deep. So they're not going to have any play on Moss at the plate right now, and they're giving Raider Tello the right side.
First pitch to Raider. He takes low and in for a ball. There is not a fan occupying their seat right now. Everybody on their feet.
Full shift from the infield. The Panther infield is all on the left side.
1-0 to Tello. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
A cue ball into the back, ground ball through the right side wins it for Iowa.
Count even at 1. Kabarkis set. The pitch to Tello. Strike 2, inside corner, 1-2.
Outstanding breaking ball there. Kabarkis had Nelson down 1-2.
He has the sign, and he comes set. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tello with 2 outs. The pitch to Rader. Swing and a miss. Tello strikes out, and the Hawks leave the bases loaded to end the game. FIU wins it 2-1.
Just good pitching there. Got into a jam, got out of a jam, answered back. Kabarkis did what he needed to do. Tello chased the pitch down low for the final out of the game.
FIU takes the opener 2-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers, or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game, or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
FIU knocks off Iowa tonight 2-1 in a tense battle from start to finish. John Evans, your thoughts?
I'd have lost a lot of money betting on a pitching battle for today. Normally, if you say Brody Brecht's going to start, I'd be like, okay, I'm in for a pitching battle. But knowing that he was going to be short today, but boy, both bullpens really came to pitch. As Aaron Savory was fantastic. Jack Young came in and got Sam Hart out of a bit of a pinch, but boy, the FIU bullpen, Bishop gave up a run. Lampton was really, really good. And Kabarkis got his 6th save there. Got himself into a little bit of trouble on some fortunate luck for Iowa, but pitching won the day, because it's not often you win a game with 2 runs and 2 hits, and Panthers figured out a way to do it.
2 hits, that's the incredible thing there. Iowa had 9 hits, 1 run, left 10 on base. FIU 2 runs, 2 hits. They left 8 on base. They played some pretty good defense behind their pitching as well tonight.
Yeah, made a couple really good plays for a team that expected might kick it around a little bit. They absolutely did not. They played outstanding defense and made a couple of plus plays to keep their pitcher in good stead.
FIU improves to 26-26 on the season. Iowa drops 29-21. Some other stats that stood out to you, John, tonight?
Oh boy, again, the only 3 2-out hits there were right there in the 9th inning for Iowa. So I mean, both teams struggled. And until that, FIU again 1 for 15 with runners on base, 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and that was the thing for Iowa. Iowa had a chance with the runner on third base twice. And less than 2 outs, and neither time could get the run in, as they had strikeouts with that. Couldn't put a ball in play to drive the run home. And in a 2-1 game, little things matter, and those little things made the Panthers winners and made the Hawkeyes losers tonight.
We'll be back to wrap things up right after this. FIU wins it 2-1. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
If you guessed that was the sound of a bag of Pioneer brand A-Series soybeans, you guessed right. Well, kinda. It was really the sound of an innovative team that spent decades perfecting a seed with exclusive genetics and the ultimate agronomic advantage. The sort of breeders who don't rest until they've achieved outstanding performance. Pioneer brand A-Series soybeans. #1 for a reason. Visit pioneer.com/genetics.
2-1, FIU wins the opener over Iowa tonight. We'll be back tomorrow at 6:30 to take on FIU. Come join us at Principal Park in Des Moines. Otherwise, we'll have the radio coverage beginning at 6 p.m. Cade Obermuller will get the start on the mound for the Hawkeyes and look for a better offensive performance tomorrow against the Panthers. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball tonight. FIU wins this one 2-1. For my great board op down the line, Michael Tacklet, great job as always. Color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Principal Park in Des Moines. FIU wins it 2-1. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are just a little bit better than others. Take care, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Oak Knoll Retirement Community. Homewood Suites and Home 2. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Mediacom, home of extreme and 1 gig internet speeds. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes. And by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy online. Get your medical card today. Visit budmary.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.